Good evening. Tonight, we're finishing Shadowbringers. We're not going into Endwalker tonight. We're keeping that for next week. But that means we have plenty of time to finish. And, as I think I mentioned it last week, we're starting with Paglth'an tonight. So, if you want to join, and you have a character that has Paglth'an unlocked, and you are in an European data center, you can join. This is happening on Alpha Light, as usual. So, you simply have to let me know that you're coming, and make your way here. Coco, you say you want to say two things. What are those two things? You got an ad when you clicked on the stream. Right? And the second thing... You want to go home? Oh. Well, in terms of the ad thing, I was messing around with some settings. And I'm trying to figure out how much control I have over the ads. I'm pretty sure that as soon as you are in the stream, you shouldn't get more ads based on the settings that I've set. And that's really important to me. I don't know how much of a difference the things like the settings make overall, but it makes it, it gives me more options in some way, so that's why I changed these settings. But specifically ads, that should only happen like at the start, like when you enter the stream, if at all, and then I'm pretty sure that the rest of the stream should be like, that's something that I have a button for and you haven't received an ad in stream yet because I haven't clicked the button, and I'm not going to be like, oh, here comes the good bit ad, because that wouldn't be fun for anyone. So I hope you understand. But thank you for letting me know. I wasn't certain how this would work. And I'm also surprised that a member would get an ad. I would have assumed that that would be like equivalent to having premium or something like that. For that specific channel. That's really strange. Very strange. Oh yeah, you have a really long work day today, right, Coco? Right, we were starting with Paglth'an, which is just straight up going to the dungeon. So, I think Sip was ready to come along. 4 hours left, I think. That is a when your work shift is so long that you've forgotten how long it's been. I don't remember my time from before work. My life, it's been a constant of work and breaks. Right. I'm getting the impression that it's just me and Sip then. That's alright. Are you ready, Sip? And that's of course Mackerel in the live chat. Let me see if I can find the dungeon. Paglth'an. Well, whether you Matthew, you sent the message literally as I clicked enter. I'm sorry. Like I clicked enter and then it said invite me as well. I'm really sorry. Well, then it's even more fortunate that you had a random run into Paglth'an after the stream last week, right, Matthew? Since you miss out on this run. This is one of those dungeons with really awkward mob placements. Here's a trick. Here's a good example of why this dungeon is really, really awkward to work with. Is you can put the mobs next to the debris over there, and that allows you to actually finish the debris early, so that you can move on and pull more packs if you want to. Or you can pull the packs over to the single ranged mob in the entire pack and kill that, so that it's safer. Now, your average tank will do neither, because they will not expect the random ranged mob and completely miss it in the craziness of the pull itself. So that puts like a really high level of you just have to know it to do it right. Like I believe it's called burden of knowledge on this particular dungeon because of that. And that's just the first bit of the dungeon. And just to give a little summary of what was happening leading up to this is that because usually we do the dungeon in the same stream as we unlock it, so usually people are, you know, sort of caught up with what's going on. But this time we did the dungeon a week later. There's these weird pillars appearing everywhere that seems to be summoning so-called lunar primals, and we are dealing with one of we're trying to make our way to deal with one of them right now. That is the general gist of it. And we don't know which one it is, but what we do know is that it is happening in the area of the game where the worshippers of Ifrit hang out. So you might assume that the final boss of this dungeon is going to be Ifrit or something again? Possibly. Not Ifrit. It's not going to be Ifrit, I can tell you that much. But technically, we don't know that. Oh boy. I completely forgot that my cooldown situation is reversed because of the trash packs. So now I'm going to have a really awkward flip on my Life of the Dragon. Oh boy. That is an awkward time to be stuck. Nailed it. Those are a little bit more dangerous to go for, simply because you can very easily get sniped by the orb that happens to be next to it. That was an okay flip. So that we get our Life of the Dragon with Lance Charge. Wasn't perfect, it was okay. Ah, got hit that time. And we got Feint ready just in time. Ah, right. There's the second smack. Apparently I dodged it. And Coco asks, why does regular monster taste like pickles? Does regular monster taste like pickles? Is that a thing? I don't really drink energy drinks very much, so I wouldn't know. I feel like it often just tastes like synthetic. Just an overwhelming taste of just synthetic. There's nothing bad to say about energy drinks. Some people like it. I feel like I missed a lot of my cooldowns in the boss fight we just did, but I don't think that they all stood there ready to use. I'm pretty sure they didn't.
Oh no, you don't.
And there's this bit where you just get the mobs served to you on a silver platter like this. Hey Tracy, how are you doing? Great, that's good to hear. We're getting the final dungeon of Shadowbringers done. And this is also a really awkward boss fight, especially for jobs with like a lot of like cooldowns to stack. Matthew says, I hope you like ads. Do you mean this boss fight? I hope you mean this boss fight. It's really a weird boss fight. Oh, you said ads with two Ds, right? Watch me use every single cooldown that I have, and before I even get it all wound up and ready to go, intermission's over. You're talking about the boss, right? It's not bad. I feel like I prefer this one over the first boss in Fell Court of Troya. That one is awkward. Like, especially so. There's also the part where it feels like the ads like keep coming in, whereas in Fell Court of Troya there's like some mobs and then downtime. And then some mobs, and then downtime. Which really messes with the flow of the fight. But I've also said previously, and I stand by that I praise the way that they make the first boss of a dungeon like that a fight that messes with all of your cooldowns. Like, you either have to just use them anyway, and then or not use them, and if you choose to use them, you're risking, oh, level up. Nice. If you don't use them, then the fight is going to take longer, and if you do use them, there's a very high chance that pretty much all of your cooldowns are going to be messed up for a large portion of the dungeon, which some players don't like. Like, that is both the advantage and the disadvantage simultaneously of having so many jobs function on like a 2-minute burst cycle, is that whenever you meet a fight that doesn't lend itself very well to the 2-minute burst cycle, you just kinda awkwardly standing there having to decide what you're going to do about it. I expected the ads to die quicker, that's why I switched to single target, but I cannot tell you why I decided to open with the Chaos Thrust combo absent-mindedly. I'm grabbing this one. It's very red. Can you tell from my face? This pull, if the tank chooses to pull everything, and they do, can sometimes get really scary in my opinion. Part of it comes also from the fact that because this is the second, like the last pack before the boss, some players will be more likely to hold back and like sit on their cooldowns. Like often the final pack of a dungeon before the boss is kind of easy. So people just, you know, say, oh, this is a great time to make sure that my 2-minute cooldowns all line up. What's with the dragon here? Are you seeing this? Oh, there was one mob left. I didn't even see it. It is funny when you can see that, like, some of the awkwardness of the game, where if the center of the mob itself isn't actually on your screen, then the mob isn't on your screen. So if it's really big, you can just make it disappear by turning your camera. And Sid calls it Purple Bahamut. It's Lunar Bahamut, I'll have you know. I don't know why it's Lunar, but he introduced himself as Lunar Bahamut. Didn't you see his name tag? Wait, no, I think that was someone else introducing him. He's copying my colors. Oh, that way. That is a really long, like a surprisingly long cutscene, actually. It's like one of those where I tend to not expect people to wait. That wasn't entirely optimal, but it was better than missing out on life surge in damage buffs. I did all that effort to dodge the Vuln stacks and then got hit by one in the end. Ah, come on! Now, with 50% less Morn! Try now! Our new flavor! Arc Morning Juice! No! My Life of the Dragon! How could you, Bahamut? Ow, ow, ow. Oh, Benediction. Nice. Here's a fun fact I know randomly. The two variants of this mechanic, depending on whether the mechanic happens where the save spot is in the center or on the sides, appears to have separate IDs. So, like a third-party program, for example, would be able to tell the difference in an instant, whereas a player would not be able to until they see them start to shrink, typically. I'm pretty sure you can't, naturally, at the very least. It's going to be very hard. But the key thing to take away from that is that those two actions, which are basically the same action, have two separate IDs. So you would be able to read in the code and find two different names. Even if it's +1. And I forgot to limit break. Again. Morn. Now with 50% less Morn. What part of it is the Ark and what part of it is the Morn? What is it you have to combine to make the fabled Ark Morn? Ah, right. Morn means death. So it's 50% less death because there's 50% less people. Ah. Children of man, the shade of my beloved is no more, and I shall be forever in your debt. By your deeds are we set free, and free we shall remain, as long as I draw breath. Never again shall the dragons of Mirror City hearken to the lies of the Asians. This I vow. Nod. She speaks the language of the warriors of light.
Noble warriors, the dragon Guardians chose their friends well. Long have our peoples waged war, but no more. Your fallen lie beside our own. By our words and deeds shall we honor their sacrifice.
Then let us put the past behind us.
The enemy of our enemy is our friend. And you have proven yourselves worthy of our trust. It is the Guardians who are deserving of our fury. I shall see that my brethren learn the truth of this day, and rally as many as possible to the cause, till we meet again.
And thus did we make allies of the Amalja.
It would certainly seem that way. The Sultana will be pleased. Let's go and give her the good news, shall we?
Sometime earlier, inside the Paglth'an tower.
What in Ralga's name happened here?
The gods only know. But you can bet these poor sods aren't here by choice.
Quickly! We've got to get them free!
Get back!
No! What have I done?
It's too late for them! We're leaving, now!
Uh-oh.
No! No! Don't you dare! We came together and we're leaving together!
He should have used his shield. He should have used his shield for that. And I'm just saying, like, that wasn't smart. Matthew says maybe Arch means fate. What does Archmorn actually mean? Fated death. Which means that it is it's not far off from well, I don't know. I mean, the Reaper action Whirl of Death is really close to that. It could have been, and well, actually, that is really close to Circle of Death. And then we have Gunbreaker's Faded Circle. Could you imagine? With their powers combined, we have Akmorn, a summoner ability. While it would be too much to hope that we have seen the last of Vandania, we have dealt his schemes a telling blow this day, and that alone is cause to celebrate. And celebrate I will, when we have received word of Arenvald's safe return. Petition to rename all abilities in Draconic? That would be interesting. I think the most interesting bit is when we see actions that don't change name. When we thought they were supposed to change name or something like that. Wait a minute, that's in Draconic? Standing around here worrying is not going to help matters. Come, we must discuss today's events with Pippin and her grace. Brave scions, someone said. Would that I could treat you to a hero's welcome, but I bear urgent news from the front history. Your grace, whatever is the matter? As our troops withdrew from Paglth'an, they came upon the 2 scouts sent to the nearby tower. I've yet to hear a full account, but it seems that one of them, your friend, I believe, had been wounded and was being dragged away by the other. Oh no. Oh no. I must go. Forgive me, your grace. Can you tell us aught of Arenvald's condition, your grace, the wounded scout? Not save that it is grave. The chirurgeons attend to him even as we speak. The infirmary must be inundated with the wounded. If all of us go, we'll only get underfoot. Caetsu, Istinian, would you mind going after Alphino? He may need some support from someone other than me. Very well. Thank you. The rest of us will see that the relevant people know what took place in Paglth'an. Come then. Remember, Istinian, Stardiver will not help you here, even though you can cast it way more often than I can. Come then. And then he left without me. Again. No, I'll find my own way. Don't you even worry about it. I'll figure it out. It's just really funny because back in A Realm Reborn and even in Heavensward, I think, often they would do that. They would be like, and then they all travel together to this place. And then everyone else is gone. They're already there. And then you, the player, has to make your way there. And there's Istinian. Thank you for not waiting for me. I take it Alphino is fond of Arenvald. I know how he feels, but hand-wringing isn't going to help anyone. You had better have a word. Okay, so you're just going to be standing here then? I thought we were supposed to help Alphino, but okay then. Another one come to see the lad in silver armor. Master Damie Elliot. Master Damie Elliot is attending to him as we speak, if you would be so kind as to wait. What did Master Damie Elliot say? Tell me his exact words. Let the chirurgeons do their work. But you're right. Forgive me. When we set our farewells to Arenvald, I was afraid that something like this might happen, but now that it has, all we can do is wait. Indeed.
Fordola, have you been waiting here all this time?
We have done what we can. The rest is up to him.
May we see him?
I do not think that wise. You must let him sleep.
Thank you for bringing him back. He owes you his life. I just wish I had been there. Perhaps, I don't know, perhaps I could have... Could have what?
Got tempered? Don't flatter yourself. You can't save everyone. No one can. Not even the warrior of bloody light.
Warrior of light, please. You can keep the blood to yourself, Fordola. Hey, Lungstar.
People die all the time, for no good reason. And those who take up the sword die quicker than most. If you're going to shed a tear every time a soldier falls on the battlefield, you'd best stay away. It's no place for the weak of heart.
It may be that victory cannot be won without cost. But all life is precious, and I refuse to shrug at its loss.
All life is precious! Oh, you need to grow up, little man. Before your sparkling ideals get everyone killed.
You're right. He is idealistic. But the world has more than its fair share of realists, like you and me. It's people like him who dare to dream that things could be better and make it happen against all the odds. They are the ones whose names live on forever. The heroes.
The battlefield's littered with would-be heroes. At this rate, you'll lot will be next. And what'll become of your precious dreams then? They'll be gone. Like dust on the wind.
Dreams worth fighting for don't die so easily.
Lingstar says, I just started Endwalker. I've been enjoying it so far. That's great. I do believe that the general consensus is that Endwalker is probably the best story in Final Fantasy XIV. Although, some people believe that it's somewhat overrated. But that goes both ways with all of the stories. Some people say that a specific story is overrated, a different one is underrated. Some people have, like, a specific story that they prefer way above the others. Like, I know some people that believe the Stormblood story is the best one. Which is probably, like, the biggest outlier. I don't think a lot of people think that. There's a difference between thinking that Stormblood is the best story and thinking Stormblood is the worst of all the stories, while still saying that it is excellent. And as Tracy says, all are good in their own ways. As we've talked about previously on these streams, if all of the stories, like all of the expansions, are great, one of them has to be dead last. Like, all of them can be excellent and still be like, well, one of them has to be worse of the lot, right? That's just how rankings go. Nothing you can do about it. I know. There's nothing more I can do here. Come, let us rejoin the others. Her Grace invites the Scions of the Seventh Dawn to join her in the Fragrant Chamber. Your comrades have already arrived. Will the three of you be joining them? We will. Interesting that Alphino doesn't even, like, think about the fact that he said, will you three be joining them, considering that he didn't even know Estinian was standing there. Or maybe he did, given Estinian did say some words of wisdom a moment ago.
Your Grace, pray forgive us our lateness.
Think not of that. I understand a close comrade of yours was wounded in the line of duty. Arenvold. It was at the Alliance's behest that he risked all, and we are grieved to hear of his condition. Rest assured, he will receive the finest care our chirurgeons can provide. On that you have my word. Now, we would share with you the findings of the mission. Pippin, pray relate to our guests the details of Fordola's account.
First Bahamut, now Ifrit. Or Lunar Ifrit, as Fandaniel would doubtless have it.
'Tis now all but certain that the towers were conceived to facilitate the summoning of primals by those imprisoned within. Less certain is the means by which the Telophoroi constrain the wills of said entities to enact their designs in defiance of the pleas of their victims.
Mayhap they do not. If mere proximity to the towers is enough to make loyal servants of the Empire's mortal enemies, it stands to reason that the same is true for those held captive. They invoke their gods for the good of Garlemald, and in their disturbed state of mind, summon a primal whose form reflects their own alteration.
It all begins to make sense. Upon closer inspection, I realized that the towers bear a striking resemblance to a much larger structure which Urianger and I observed from afar during our visit to the Imperial capital. Assuming it too is capable of tempering those in its immediate vicinity, it would go some way to explain the swiftness with which the Telophoroi managed to rally so many Imperials to their cause.
While the situation in Garlemald is indeed troubling, I fear we have more immediate concerns. Ifrit was not the only primal summoned. At approximately the same time, observers at several other towers bore witness to the emergence of further such entities. For a blessing, none appear to wield aught approaching the destructive power of Bahamut, and the Grand Companies are moving to deal with the threat even as we speak.
The Grand Companies, Your Grace? Is that wise?
Though we are aware that the task will not be easy, we would call upon the Scions only as a last resort. Pray, conserve your strength for now. After all, it was not so very long ago that you rid us of Bahamut. On which note, I am pleased to report that our talks with the Amalja have reached an agreeable conclusion. They have pledged their full support to our cause. It is our hope that this historic agreement will encourage other tribes to join us at the negotiating table. And I know that I speak for all of the Allied leaders when I say that we will welcome them with open arms at such time as they do. Of course, this was only made possible by the feats of heroism performed at Paglth'an. Moreover, we shall not allow the sacrifices of those fallen in battle to have been made in vain. As hope leads to victory, shall victory lead to a new dawn for Eorzea.
May these words ever be our guide, Your Grace.
Now, if you will forgive me, I must consult with the Syndicate on the matter of our new allies' integration. Till next we meet, my friends, I bid you safe travels and blessed respite.
Right, this cutscene, it doesn't have voiceover, so I'll just repeat what I said in chat. Linkstar said, can I ask where you're from? Or if I could ask where you're from. I'm from Denmark. Right then, unless anyone has any objections, I think it's about time we return to the Rising Stones. And that includes you, Alphino. Arenvald is in good hands here. Of course, he would doubtless mock me for pacing about the infirmary. Let us retire then, that we might regain our strength and in readiness for the coming challenges. If all are in agreement then, I shall let Kryl know to expect us. A hot bath and a hearty meal shouldn't be beyond arranging with the time available. It will be good to be home. I have some thinking to do. Oh yeah? Yes, I'll try asking him, and thank you. I shall look forward to it. Our comrades eagerly await our return, and Kryl in particular has a few matters she's keen to discuss, one of which concerns you, Estinian. Believe it or not, you will join us, won't you? Fine. Really? I thought you said you were avoiding that Baldessian woman. If I refused, she would only pursue me. Let's get this over with, shall we? And we still have that as one of our favorite zones, apparently. Or favored teleports. Oh look, it's Itachi Uchiha. He's shorter than I remember. But it's Itachi, look! From Naruto.
Welcome back. I expect you must all be exhausted. Ere you take your rest, however, I would beg a moment of your time. Thanks to Arenvold's selfless efforts, we may now be confident that we understand the function of the towers. But many questions remain regarding the reason for the summonings, and what lurks behind the looming edifice in Garlemald.
Hey, Woolly Ram.
Until such questions are answered, we will struggle to devise an effective strategy for thwarting the Telophoroi's stated aim. Nothing less than the destruction of this star. And so, given the gravity of the situation, I move that we petition the aid of Sharlayan.
'Tis possible the ancient knowledge preserved within our archives may hide a clue to our enemy's methods. But given Sharlayan's established policy of non-intervention, our former colleagues are not like to aid us in its discovery.
Oh, I well remember what they're like. The Forum's barefaced refusal to assist you in the days prior to the calamity must rank as Sharlayan's most shameful act since the Exodus. But were the final days to be reenacted, it would spell doom for us all. Surely even they cannot turn a blind eye to that.
Surely not. Surely not.
I trust we are all of the same mind on this matter. Urgent as it seemed, I took the liberty of petitioning the Alliance for leave to act as Eorzea's emissary, and have since received their blessing.
I presume your role as a student of Baldesion will carry some weight with the Forum?
One can but hope. If truth be told, our organization has been a shadow of its former self ever since the disappearance of the Isle of Val. But the name does still retain some degree of prestige. I only pray it will be enough. If there are no objections, I shall depart for Sharlayan at once. But before I do, I should also mention the other matter to which I would devote some time during my stay. After hearing what transpired in the first, I began to question the true nature of Hydaelyn's blessing. A topic I have discussed at some length with Y'shtola.
We were wondering, when was the last time Hydaelyn spoke to you directly?
Now that you mention it, when was that? When was that actually? Because when we talk with her through Minfilia, that doesn't count. So not in Shadowbringers, I don't think. Like, not a single time in Shadowbringers. She talked with other people with her hear, feel, think. Not us. Did she do it in Stormblood? I don't feel like she did. I'm pretty sure that the last time you, like, talk with Hydaelyn, like, for real, is, like, in Heaven's Ward? Or something like that? Does that sound right? Do I remember that wrong? Is there something that I'm missing? But that is a good question. Oh look, near the end of the Dragonsong War, that was probably what where I was thinking of. That day in the Crystarium, I said doesn't really count because she was, you know, having like quite a group conversation there. Near the end of the Dragonsong War.
When you regained her blessing, was it not? But never since. Not in all your time in the First, when you faced the Unsundered. the very heart of Zodiark.
History shows us that Hydaelyn is able to awaken the echo in her chosen, convey her will directly, and grant the blessing of light. To our knowledge, however, she has not sought to intervene in man's affairs for some considerable time.
Might not the explanation for that lie with her choice of champion? Mayhap she is content to trust in her judgment.
Mayhap she is. But following my initial discussion with Kryl, I made inquiries of my own, and as far as I am able to tell, Hydaelyn has not made her will known to anyone.
During my time in the First, the Oracle of Light spoke to me through Reem. But that was not the will of Hydaelyn. It was Minfilia herself.
Indeed, and while she and Hydaelyn were inextricably linked, Minfilia yet acted of her own volition. A messenger, yes, but one who spoke with her own voice.
I wonder, could Hydaelyn's silence suggest the presence of some disruptive force, perhaps? Some obstacle to communication? While I share Urianger's high opinion of your conduct, I see no reason why she would deny you her guidance altogether. Then again, who am I to say? The fact is, we simply don't know. But if the explanation is to be found anywhere, I can think of worse places to look than the archives of Sharlayan, and their research on the Ethereal Sea in particular. Resolved though I am to go, believe me when I say that I take no pleasure in the thought of leaving you a member short. Now of all times. Estinian, we stand on the eve of a struggle that will decide the fate of this star. One in which we Scions may play a telling part, yet we are but few in number. And so I must ask you again, will you join us?
You see the world the way you want it to be. I see the world the way it is. You are idealistic to a fault. But I know you would never turn your back on those in need. Never close your eyes to their suffering. And somehow, your deeds lend truth to your words, giving the lie to my doubts in so doing. I have seen others draw strength from your belief. In Ishgard, in Alamigo, you inspired them to stand up and fight. To win, no less. And even when you lost those you held dear, you carried their spirit with you and made their memory your guiding light. The burden of so many hopes and dreams would be too heavy for most to bear. But you bear it willingly, as you have shown me. Some dreams are too important to let go. If you have need of my strength, it's yours. After all you've done, how could I refuse?
Thank you, Estinian. Whatever challenges await us, I shall not falter. You have my word.
And now, I may bid you farewell. Safe in the knowledge that all is as it should be. In this little corner of the world, at least.
You will be sorely missed. Tread warily in Sharlayan, and do try not to let the Forum embroil you in their politics. A forlorn hope, I know, given the individuals involved.
I shall do my very best. Farewell.
And off she goes. Meanwhile, in the Imperial Palace. Oh, which weapon will he choose?
Well, does this one meet with your approval? Apparently not. Or could it be that you're still upset about the dragons?
You are unwise to remind me of so costly a failure. It will not affect our plans, I trust.
Oh, hardly at all. Though, admittedly, the chances of us being able to procure any more Mericidian dragons are rather slimmer following Tiamat's reappearance. Oh, but the seeds have been sown, my lord. We have only to wait for them to quicken. Speaking of preparations, is it safe to assume that you will be ready to control you-know-what?
The hour draws nigh. This nation, forged for Ascian ends, will finally prove its worth.
A mighty empire, now no more than an instrument of this star's destruction. What a pleasure it will be to put it to use. Which brings me back to our earlier topic. My lord, while I appreciate that it is not an easy decision, it really is past time you chose your weapon.
You know, Xenos, this crystal axe, I'm pretty sure it's like the Exarchic. Well, actually no, this is the level 74 version. I'm pretty sure the Exarchic versions are just clear. But if you dyed it blue, it would probably look like this. The level 74 version, you can't dye though. They just come out the box blue. But if it is an Exarchic axe and it is dyed blue, that is. Like, with this, you would be ready to do, like, E9S. Make your way in there. You could, like, get a better axe. Assuming you want to play a warrior, Xenos. The world is your oyster. You could be whatever you want. I'm just giving you advice here. Like, that's not a bad choice. I don't recognize most of the... Like, that, I'm pretty sure that is the samurai variant. So you could also stick to samurai. Or whatever it is you play, because you don't really use any of the samurai actions, do you? But yeah, that one, those are decent choices. I think that spear there, I'm actually thinking that's isn't that the Crypt Lurker Dragoon weapon? The final tiers, tombstone stuff from Shadowbringers? I'm pretty sure that's the one. It looks like a mace almost. I'm pretty sure that's the one.
There is one that I have been meaning to test.
I think over in front of him there was also the one of the earliest stages of the warrior relic weapon from Shadowbringers, I think. Woolly Ram says, is this a dramatization of Xenos going to the Balance Discord for Endwalker meta job? It might be. It could as well be. Yeah, you need to drop the coat, man. It doesn't give you any damage benefits.
Well, well. Not quite what I was expecting, though I will say, it does seem rather apt.
It's exactly the weapon that is situated right here. Right here. Matthew says, well, given what he ends up with, probably not. Well, to be fair, at the release of Endwalker, if I remember correctly, like, in the time frame before the raid released, like in the time frame where it was just the 2 extreme trials, if I remember correctly, Reaper was incredibly overpowered. To the point that when the patch came, and the only change they did to Reaper was cut in half the healing that Arcane Crest provided. And not only that, they changed technical finish and standard finish for Dancer to count as weapon skills. You might have looked at those patch notes and gone, who cares? And the answer is no one except Reaper, because their Circle of Sacrifice mechanic requires everyone in your party to use a spell or a weapon skill. And if Dancer is going to be using technical finish and then standard finish or vice versa, that means that you're going a really long time not casting any weapon skills. And given that the Circle of Sacrifice mechanic is like a 5-6 second time frame, that doesn't work for the Reaper. So they changed Dancer to help Reaper, who at the time did not need it. So if Xenos asked the balance for Endwalker meta job discussion, like around here, and the balance somehow knew this, he would probably have been told to go Reaper.
Well, it looks like I'm going to have a busy few moons. Not that they ever seem to be anything but. Thancred's got me dispatching troops to every corner of the realm, which is not to say I don't trust the Alliance, because I do, but when it comes to putting down primals, nobody does it better than us. Well, than you lot, more accurately. You won't catch me trading blows with a primal in the near future, but for every fell fiend you vanquish, there's countless meals to arrange, baths to fill, sheets to wash, stores to replenish, and the list goes on. Which is where I come in, and gladly, mind you. It's the least I can do to support the science to risk life and limb like poor Arenvold. I wish there was something we could do for him, but we'll just have to settle for saying the odd prayer and keeping a roof over our heads. It wouldn't do to have him come back to the complete shambles now, would it? But that's enough of my rambling. Off you go and get some rest. If there are any developments, I promise you'll be the first to know.
Thank you. But yeah, I think if you read the balance for meta job advice right at the beginning of Endwalker, I could imagine, now I don't think there's a record of this, but if there is, I could imagine that they would definitely recommend Reaper. And I think right now... Oh, sorry about that, that was probably loud. Yeah, I'm pretty sure right now Reaper's in a really strong spot as well. But of course, why wouldn't you choose the new fancy job, right?
Ah, Caetsu, you're looking well. I take it you managed to squeeze in some rest. If you came hoping for tidings from Kryl, I'm afraid we're still waiting, but we do have some odd scraps of news to share. Scraps, she says. Lunar primals have been popping up all over the place, but the Alliance has the situation well in hand, thanks in no small part to Hori Boulder and the others. Meanwhile, talks with the Beast Tribes are going even better than expected. Encouraged by Uldar's progress with the Amaljar, Gridania has opened negotiations with the Ixal, believe it or not. All of which is obviously very encouraging, but with the Tlofroi still out there, it's not as if we can afford to lower our guard.
Begging your pardon, but I come bearing an invitation from the Alliance. A council meeting is due to be held in Alamigo, and your attendance is humbly requested.
Ah, we were just talking about the Alliance. May I ask what's on the agenda? Could you also not have that face mask on?
I believe the intention is to share the news of recent developments and discuss what measures might be taken to combat the Tlofroi, in concert with our new allies. The Beast Tribes have also been invited. It is hoped that they will join us in the fight against our common foe.
So the Alliance will bring all of the Beast Tribes into the fold at a single stroke. An ambitious plan, given the delicacy of the negotiations, but mayhap an expedient one, considering the threat we face.
Indeed, my lady, and for their part, I'm told the Beast Tribes have agreed to attend. If the Scions too are present, all of Eorzea will be represented.
To arrange such a meeting must have been quite an undertaking, not only diplomatically, but practically. Pray inform the Alliance that we would be honored to participate. We shall make Valamigo without delay.
Then I shall bear your answer thither with all haste. We look forward to receiving you at the Royal Palace.
Why always Alamigo? Well, now that we've accepted the invitation, who exactly is going to attend? I move that you and Y'shtola lead our contingent. Given how long you have worked to end summoning, it's only right that you be present for what promises to be a historic moment. I think we've all played our part in that little endeavor, don't you, Caetsu? All present may rightly claim a seat, I do quite agree, but by your leave, I believe I shall remain here and lend what assistance I can to the coordination of our defensive efforts. I'm not coming either. Aimric will be there, and I'd rather not be interrogated.
You what?
Very well then. While those with a mind to hold the fort get on with holding it, I suggest the rest of us make Valamigo, shall we? And so we went to Valamigo. By the way, Matthew, what do you mean by apparently I cannot say the next sub-patch name? Is it because it's difficult to pronounce, or what's going on? I've typed it here, 5.55. Well, I can see it. That is really, really weird, but I can see it. It is there for me. That's why it's really weird. It does say 5.55. Strange. Willie Ram says, you know, one reason I didn't like Stormblood all that much was that up to that point, Alamegans were a bunch of hobbits wherever we met them. Well, the thing is that most of them were in a situation we have to remember that, and
it is quite subtle in the storytelling, but we have to remember that we come in guns blazing to save the day, and these people have been underfoot from Garlean rule for so long that all they know is if they do anything wrong, bad things happen. And they also have been in this struggle long enough to see rebellions rise and promptly fall to the ground and then get punished for it. So you see, they basically see another rebellion, and when that rebellion inevitably doesn't succeed, which they always do, like they always tend to fail, who is going to get punished? The people left standing there. The people who are being really mean to us coming in to help them. From the player's perspective, we just met you. We just learned of this conflict. Surely, you can only trust that we're going to save the day, right? Because, as Matthew put it, we're the main character. The main character is in this rebellion, so we're going to win this time. Right? But obviously the characters don't mean that. And Woolly Ram says, I don't mean the Alamegans under Garlean occupation, I mean the ones we met before in A Realm Reborn and Heavensward. And that's a good point. That is a good point. Many of them, like many of the characters that are explicitly Alamegan, because there's probably a lot of Alamegans that are just, you know, presented as people that happen to be in the area, they don't do it in as pronounced a way. They've, you know, moved on. But the people that are explicitly Alamegan and tell you they are presumably the people that haven't moved on yet. Like, they're still hoping to get home, which is reasonable, right? Like, that makes sense. But at the same time, they also see that no one is trying to help them get their stuff back. And as we see in A Realm Reborn and in some portion of Heavensward, there are some people that feel like they're entitled to get help from the other nations. Which, unfortunately, they aren't. The primary reason I think they're acting like that is partly because, well, Rauban is Alamegan. Surely he would try to, like, force Uldar to do something with the position he has. And he just doesn't. He just doesn't. It looks like he does not. But whether he did try to do something and move some things and, like, pull some strings was never, like, clearly stated. So from the outside it looked like the Alamegans were just left to die or to deal with it. Which is partly true, which is also a reasonable argument for them being kinda mean to everyone coming through their place, right? Like, I understand it, but I also understand that they didn't exactly put their best foot forward when we met them in A Realm Reborn and Heavensward, as you say, Woolly Ram. And Stealthy Spy says, did you not pick up flying for these zones? We have not picked up flying anywhere because we've simply not done enough side quests to be capable of doing so. You can see here, we are missing 3 quests, 4 quests, also 2 spots. 4 quests, a spot, 4 quests and a spot, and 4 quests. We have it in Asus La because it's just a freebie. And then you can see in Stormblood, we're just missing the quests. Shadowbringers, 4 quests, 4 quests, 4 quests, 2 spots, 4 quests, 2 spots, 4 quests, 2 spots. And then, like, it's side quests. That's the reason. It's not mandatory. I typically complain about this when we get to the post-game, where it feels like the story is more likely to force me to run further because, well, you picked up the flying, right? It's not so far. Smash cut to me running there. And Stealthy Spy mentions it's not that he, Rauban, doesn't do anything, it's mainly that he can't because of how difficult it is to do something like that. And that's also true. The politics of Uldar are very complicated and difficult to traverse, and Raoban is already in like an awkward position where, while he has a lot of power, most of that power is not actually something that he can just turn around and use as a weapon. And part of the reason that he has that power is because he acts in the best interests of Uldar. The moment that he stops acting in the best interests of Uldar and starts going, oh, could we perhaps take our army and help Alamigo, who no one else in the council cares about, that would probably have a direct impact on his power and his position in the politics of Uldar. So that is a good point, Stealthy Spy. And Stealthy Spy mentions prior to Stormblood, Raoban would probably have walked up to the Guardians and liberated his homeland all by himself if he wanted to, but it would be reckless. That's true, and it probably wouldn't have worked either, ultimately. We've been expecting you. While some few guests have yet to arrive, the Alliance leaders are all present. Shall I show you in?
Esteemed guests, you honor us with your presence. As there is much to discuss, let us begin.
Information on our taken brethren you have, yes? Hear it we would! Ah! Beyond forgiveness these featherless ones are! With rivers of blood shall they pay. Freed our people must be!
We too would see your kin liberated. But ere we attempt their rescue, we must first find a means to negate the risk of tempering. Without that, we will be unable even to approach the towers, let alone contend with their defenders.
If all else fails, I've always found cannonballs quite effective.
Genius!
And what of the prisoners? Would you see them slaughtered?
Think for a moment. Ponder, consider, think. If Merlwyb truly intended to bombard the towers, she would have done so by now. Remember, we came here to find a solution together, did we not?
Y'shtola spoke of defenders. I but offered a means to clear a path, should you require it.
Given the enemy's capabilities, we will all need to play our part if we are to have any chance of success. For if any here should give less than their best, it will be to the cost of every living being on this star.
A paragon, the Empire, our very gods. How can we hope to prevail against such odds?
That our foe is formidable, none would deny. But our strengths are many and varied. In this chamber, I see masters of strategy, masters of magic, masters of the land, the air, and the sea. And together, there is nothing in creation we cannot overcome. I beg your pardon?
I say, this face. I also want to add, there is actually one thing I'm pretty sure that this council cannot overcome, Aymeric. The act of using the back of your chair. I think no one in this game actually really leans back in their chair. No one here is. In fact, the Warrior of Light is on the edge of her seat on account of having like 80% seat she didn't need. And I'm pretty sure the Sultana is the same.
What is it, Soulwalker? Do not express your passion thus. A little tricky without gills, perhaps? Suffice it to say, I am proud to be counted amongst Eorzea's finest. We Sahagin will play our part.
We kobolds have not forgotten the crimes the Overdwellers committed against us in the past. But today we look to the future as allies united in purpose.
You didn't have to add that first part, Azada. You could have skipped over that. You didn't need to add that, but okay then.
Make mock of the Ixal the Paragon does! Turns kin into puppets, pits brother against brother. Free them from his grasp, we shall!
As Patriarch Zadar will attest, the Scions have granted us a means to free your brethren from their thraldom. This boon we will gladly share, that your people might never be enslaved again.
We accept! We accept!
Praise me!
It's taken a while, but I do believe we might be one step closer to a world without primals. Would that Minfilia were here to see it.
That is a good point. Imagine seeing this cutscene play out after completing like A Realm Reborn, where basically the beast tribes are all your enemies. Like, this really shows how far the story has gone so far, right?
We still have a long way to go, and we're going to need a lot more Porksies. We're moving in the right direction.
If I may have your attention, there is one other point I would like to raise. As we can all agree, freeing those held captive must take precedence over every other concern. But experience has taught us that none save those with the capacity to resist tempering can hope to enter the towers unscathed. And even once inside, a still greater threat may yet await them, that which we call a primal. Needless to say, if we are to succeed, engaging with such foes can only ever be considered a last resort. And so I move that we seek to prevent them from being summoned in the first place.
Yes! Both prayer and ether are needed for the ritual. Should either one be denied, the summoning would fail.
Indeed. And so we must endeavor to discover the source of the ether on which the process depends. Do so, and it may present a way to halt the summonings, or perhaps even neutralize the towers entirely.
A promising proposal. While you are conducting your investigations, however, we will need to remain vigilant, lest the Telophoroi commit further abductions and summon primals ere we have the means to prevent them. To stand a better chance of keeping our enemy at bay, we would do well to coordinate our defensive efforts sending reinforcements to assist our neighbors when needed.
We Amalja would have been overwhelmed were it not for our newfound allies. But say the word, and we shall come.
I see we are all in accord. But what are we to call this proud fellowship of ours? I submit that the honor of naming it should go to the scion whose brave efforts have done so much to unite Eorzea. What say you, my friend?
Last time we named something, it didn't turn out so well. Are you sure on this one, Aymeric? The Grand Company of Eorzea. Well, I think I chose that one when I did it the first time. So I would actually... What happens if you choose the other one? I would call it... One moment, please.
Might I suggest the Grand Company of Eorzea? I remember a certain someone pondering it once upon a time, and it seems as fitting a name as any.
Alright then.
A fine choice, for there is none here who does not love Eorzea.
Aye, in that we shall ever be united.
United in our gratitude for the realm that gave us life.
Then let it be recorded that on this day, the Grand Company of Eorzea was born.
Oh.
How long have we dreamed of this moment? And now that it's here, Oh, forgive me. Might we speak outside?
Happy tears are okay, Elf. No. Well, now that the important part of this cutscene is over, we lose our voice actors. Anyway, surely Kai can take this one. Well, now that we are out of earshot of the other delegates, I hope you will forgive me if I speak my mind. Let me begin by saying that I have dreamed of this day since the moment I first set foot upon these shores, and that I was as heartened as anyone to see the people of Eorzea pledge their solidarity. Yet, even as they uttered their declarations, all I could think about was the conflict to come, of the sacrifices that would be made and the lives lost. Inevitabilities that I still struggle to accept. But at least now there is hope. The formation of the Grand Company of Eorzea is the first step, the first of many. Many and more, someone says from off-screen. Elder Seedseer, how might we be of service? I seek Master Alphinaud's assistance in a matter involving Gridania's neighbors, the Sylphs. I know that you and yours have long kept a weather eye upon the crystal trade, the better to protect the coming of primals, and so you will be familiar with the Sylphs of the Ashcrown Consortium. Through their dealings, they have cultivated relations not only with the city-states, but many other communities besides. Communities such as the Beast Tribes. Just so, it is our hope that we may make use of the Sylphs' established lines of communication to coordinate the efforts of our new fellowship. Yet, there remain certain practical differences between a trade consortium and a grand company. If the Sylphs are to perform their task effectively, they will require the counsel of one versed in the operational aspects of an armed force. An armed force founded with the self-same goal in mind, no less. The Crystal Braves, yes. Forgive me, Master Alphino. I know that it was a painful chapter in your life, but the experience may yet be made to serve the realm. In my hubris, I plotted a cause for the Crystal Braves which stretched far beyond the Order's initial conception. One intended to pave the way for the founding of what I intended to call the Grand Company of Eorzea. But my plans all came to naught. Built upon a frail foundation of lofty ideals, the Order was doomed from the first to collapse under the weight of more worldly interests. I have no wish to see this new endeavor suffer the same fate. Mayhap I ask too much of you? Not at all. You may count upon my assistance, for what little it is worth. By your leave, I shall prepare a report, including a list of recommendations drawing on the lessons I learned from the failures of the Crystal Braves. You have my gratitude, Master Alphino, and my trust. When your report is ready, pray share it directly with the Sylphs. Send them an email. With your guidance and the earnest efforts of every goodly soul gathered here this day, I have no doubt that our fellowship shall emerge from the shadow of the Telophoroi and flourish. Until next we meet, my friends. Before committing anything to writing, there are a number of people whose thoughts I should like to hear. Former Braves, you understand. Might you join me in seeking them out? I can't think of an excuse not to, so... Yes? As if you have to ask. I think it's funny that there's so many of these situations where the Scions ask you to do something with them, and the only answers you get is yes, kinda yes, and no, but I know it's yes, so yes, I guess. Like, the writers know, obviously, that your input only really affects the response, but it doesn't change the story. So they make a joke out of it. Thank you. As someone who witnessed the Order's rise and fall, yours would be a reassuring presence. I'll join you. If you're planning to canvass the opinions of your former comrades, it will be a lot quicker if we share the task of questioning them. Then mayhap G'raha can lend a hand as well. I shall accompany Thancred back to the Rising Stones. Between us, I dare say we should be able to provide an accurate enough account of the day's events. We should be glad of your company, G'raha. I shall explain the details on the way. Take G'raha Tia, who might not know anything about the Crystal Braves, with you. Surely he will be helpful. So, what's the plan, brother mine? Before discussing the task at hand, I should probably admit that the report I proposed is largely written. Not long after that fateful day in Uldar, I penned a detailed account of the organization's history, from the events that led to its inception to the failings that brought about its demise. Oh, you already just knew that. This I did primarily as a means of taking some semblance of responsibility. Never did I imagine that it might later be referred to by those seeking to form a similar organization. And while I made every attempt to be objective, the account was mine alone, its events viewed from my singular perspective. For it to be of use, however, it must be broadened to encompass the viewpoints of all involved. Only then can it answer what seems to me to be the crucial question, namely, why, after the Crystal Braves disbanded, did some members choose to remain with us while others did not? I see. You think the answer will tell us something about the nature of the ties that bind our new Grand Company together? And that this knowledge might help us to prevent it from falling apart when those bonds are inevitably tested? That is my hope, yes, but the questions I would ask are uncomfortable to some. As the former commander of the Crystal Braves, I doubt that those who abandoned the cause would welcome my inquiries. Then G'raha and I will just have to try. Meanwhile, the two of you can talk to the ones who kept the faith. A fine suggestion. Have care, however. Certain of my former comrades are of questionable character, so keep your wits about you, and let us reconvene in Gridania later on.
If you have no objections, I have a mind to begin by speaking with Riol and Aliani. If memory serves, the two of them will be attending an intelligence briefing at Castrum Oriens. Let us seek them out there. So much talking. Well, look who it is, and what brings you two here. Wouldn't have anything to do with the big meeting, would it? In a matter of speaking, I've been assigned a task, you see. For which I require the assistance of former members of the Crystal Braves. And then he explained. So you want to know why we decided to stick with the science, eh? Ain't an easy thing to put into words, that. As Riel will attest, I spent a long time agonizing over my failure to alert you to the traitors in our midst. For my negligence, I was captured along with many others, and we were powerless to prevent the tragedies that ensued. Not a day goes by that I do not think back to those fateful events. By joining the Scions, I hope to redeem myself, and I will continue to serve the cause for as long as I am able. But that wasn't my only reason. When we were finally reunited at the Rising Stones, you refused to blame anyone but yourself for the fall of the Crystal Braves. And in spite of everything that had happened, everything you had suffered, you took us back without a moment's hesitation. We would not have blamed you had you turned us away, but when you gave us your trust instead, what else could we do but try to repay it? Nothing, that's what. As for my own tale, well, I've always felt the signs of something in common with my old crew. The duty of the strong is to protect the weak. That was our creed, and I still strive to live by it to this day. But as time's gone on, I've learned that strength comes in many shapes and sizes. From Hoary Boulder to Mistress Tataru, we have all of us got something to offer. That is a really weird sentence. And not one of us is doing it for personal gain, because we believe there's more important things than that. Things worth protecting, which is what being a science is all about. I am at a loss for words. Thank you, my friends. To hear this from you means more than you know. Forgive me, Caetsu, could I what? Why do you think the Crystal Braves ended in failure? Well, its founding ideals were something to be proud of, but ideals alone don't make a crew. For every swap who signed up with good intentions, there was another who was only in it for the coin, the glory, or both. Ours was quite a disparate band, and while I will never forgive Ilbert, the fact that we managed to function at all was thanks in large part to his efforts. It's a pity he was doing it all for the wrong reasons, eh? Only takes one bad apple, they say, and the Braves had a barrel full of them. Not like the Scions. We might look like a ragtag band of misfits, but deep down, we've all got that shared sense of purpose. And why? Because the Tarot sifted out all the glory hunters before they made it through the door. Ah, I see. So while our ranks comprised a diverse range of people, each with their own individual strengths, we are all united in purpose. Thank you, my friends. With your permission, I shall make a record of our discussion and refer to it when drafting my recommendations. Until we meet again. In retrospect, you should probably have asked them if you were okay to do that before you had the conversation, Alphino. Like, this is to the effect of you call up a center or something, and instead of it saying, like, asking for permission to record the conversation before the conversation, it just after the conversation goes, we're probably going to be using this. And you don't get to say, wait, no.
Because the thing is, he said with your permission, but if they said no, he would still know these things, and he would probably still be influenced by knowing these things. So he wouldn't not be able to. It would be difficult, I think. Well, I think we have taken up enough of our colleagues' time, and I'm conscious that less life-affirming testimonies await. Let us make our way to Gridania and hear what the others have learned. What a quest! Oh, I just saw, I think Matthew just finished leveling everything to 90. Awesome! I don't know if you're still in the stream, but if you are, congratulations! That takes a lot of work. Especially if you like started an Endwalker, then it's even like 90 levels for every job. In a relatively short amount of time, really. Thanks to Tataro's ever-dependable intelligence, we managed to track down a handful of former Braves without any great difficulty. Some were forthright, others less so, but we heard enough to form a picture. I must warn you, Alphino, some of their comments were harsh. I can well imagine, but their opinions are no less vital to my report. I seek the unvarnished truth. Does this require a sensor filter, Alice? Thank you. I will set about adding your findings to my own at once. In the meantime, pray go on ahead to Little Solace and seek out Elder Frixio. I will join you anon. Elder Frixio. It's been a long time since we've had any Sylph, I think. I remember when we had Sylph management and I had to come up with like 5 different Sylph voices all at once, and I probably decided to set it to start too far up key. The legendary Sylph management.
Ah, welcome, Brave One and friends of Brave One. How good it is to see you walking once again so soon after the meeting.
It's been a while since we last spoke. Should this one perform the customary dance of greeting?
No, be at ease. It is true that these ones once delighted in making walking ones dance, but no more. Horned One Kanesena said that walking ones would be coming to Little Solace. Imperial ones also invaded Sylphlands and abducted many of these ones, so these ones will be glad to bear messages between fighting friendly ones.
That is heartening to hear, Elder. It will require all ones to work in unison to stop the Telophoroi.
These ones will try very hard, of course, but in matter of war, these ones have little experience. Any advice walking ones can provide would be most welcome. Oh, another pretty silver-haired one, and in quite a hurry, it seems.
Hello. Alice, you must come quickly. Whatever's the matter, Alphino? Don't tell me. You couldn't read my handwriting.
No, this particular sentence was offensive, and I need to report it.
Just kidding. What? No! A Twin Adder officer accosted me as I was about to set out. Charlene has sent an envoy who is due to arrive in Gridania at any moment. An envoy? Could it be that Kryla's managed to sway the forum? We shall know soon enough, but there's more. The envoy has requested that the two of us attend the audience with the Elder Seedseer. Really? I can see why they might want Scions to be present, but us specifically? Wait. It isn't who I think it is. It is. I could scarce believe it myself, but when I inquired as to the envoy's identity, I was told that it was one Fortuno Leveilleur. Your father? Well now, the fact that a serving member of the Forum had journeyed here would be surprise enough, but him? Quite. I glean from this that they are taking the matter seriously. That may be, but why him and not one of the other 98 Forum members? Unless he volunteered for it. It has been some time since you last saw your father, has it not? Could it be that he is concerned for your well-being? Perhaps, but he has always been reluctant to discuss his work with us. Indeed, and whenever we write to our parents, it is invariably our mother who replies. Nevertheless, I welcome the opportunity to meet with him after so long, even if it is secondary to his true purpose here. Elder Frixio, loath though I am to cut our visit short, we must return to Gridania. Pray accept my apologies, along with my report. Thank you. You could have considered making these in smaller pages, because my hands are very small. Never mind. There will be time to talk later. This one won't keep walking ones from more urgent matters. Go. The audience will be held at the Lotus Stand, where the Elder Caetsu awaits even now. Let us be on our way. Matthew says, I started in 5.4, but there was a lot of leveling compressed into the last 8 months. But yeah, I could imagine that when you really, like, as you get closer, you get more motivated to finish. Just for me personally, it took me, with the strategy that I detail in my leveling guide, like 2-ish months, maybe a bit less, I think a bit less, to level everything to 90 while still keeping on top of making videos and doing weekly content to like keep up with everything else. And that was leveling everything from 80 to 90. So like all of the existing jobs I had already maxed out in Shadowbringers. And that was still quite a while, right? So you took like 4 times that at the very least. You were presumably leveling, almost power leveling. Maybe a little bit exaggerated, but you know what I mean. I think it's impressive. Welcome, Warrior of Light. The Elder Caetsu and your friends are waiting within. Also, Tracy says, the next cutscene offended me. I think it offended a lot of people. Now, let's meet Fortunal Leveilleur and figure out if it's our new favorite character in the cast, shall we? I'm sure he's going to sound excellent, like a really cool person. Right? My friends, I thank you all for coming so swiftly. Word of Master Fortunal's visit took us quite by surprise. When the Alliance granted Mistress Kryl permission to request Charlian's aid, we did not anticipate so prompt a reply, much less that it would be delivered by a member of the Forum. What the nature of that reply may be, we shall soon discover. Here he comes.
Elder Caetsu, I thank you for granting me this audience. I am Fortunal Leveilleur, here in my capacity as representative of the Forum.
It is I who should thank you, Master Fortunal, for journeying so far and so swiftly. Would that our first meeting could have been under happier circumstances.
It has been too long, Father. You look well.
As do you both. Ameliance will be glad to hear that you are taking care of yourselves.
How is Mother?
She misses you terribly, of course, but is otherwise a picture of health. Circumstances apart, I'm grateful that our meeting has afforded me the chance to be reunited with my children at long last. And I believe I also owe you thanks for the hospitality you showed my father, Louisoix, during his sojourn in Eorzea.
All thanks we owe to him. In the days prior to the 7th Umbral Calamity, it was your father's tireless efforts which granted us a means to vanquish the Primals. Were it not for him, our strength would have been quite spent by the time the Empire arrived. That Gridania still stands is in large part his achievement. He was a great man.
He would doubtless have been moved to hear you say so. I must confess, however, that I opposed his decision to intervene. And my position remains unchanged.
To chart the course of history, not to change it. I am familiar with the Sharlayan stance.
It is more than that. It is our way of life, who we are. But I came here not to deliver a lecture, but the Forum's answer to your request. Sharlayan will under no circumstances intervene in the conflict between Eorzea and the Garlean Empire.
May I ask for what reason the Forum has come to this decision? The final days spell the end not only for Eorzea, but the entire world.
The final days? Pray spare me your hyperbole. This conflict is no more than the latest in a series of petty squabbles between yourselves and Garlemald, one in which Sharlayan will take no part. If the final days were truly upon us, we would know.
Which is technically true.
Father, you must ask the Forum to reconsider. You may feel safe on your little island across the waves, but if you imagine the Telophoroi will leave you be, you are mistaken. They mean to kill us all, themselves included.
Alphino is right. We have seen what the enemy is capable of, the lengths to which they'll go. This is no time to turn a blind eye. If Eorzea falls, so too will Sharlayan. So if you truly love our homeland, you will join us. Now, before it's too late.
I thought you knew better than to raise your voice to your elders. It seems I was wrong. Wrong to ever let you leave, Sharlayan. I consoled myself that your time abroad would instill in you some hint of restraint, of discipline. But I see now that Eorzea has made fools of you both. Have you forgotten why it was that I so vehemently opposed your grandfather's departure? For all his wisdom, his only solution was to go to war. Death, devastation, ruin. Even those who claim victory are scarred for life. What prize could ever justify such sacrifice? It is the duty of the learned to avert such tragedy. By fanning the flames of war, you forsake all you once held dear.
Better to fight and fail than wait for the axe to fall.
I see your friend shares your misguided ideals. But unlike her, you should know better. By espousing such barbaric notions, you subvert the teachings of Sharlayan and place all we have worked for in jeopardy. Alphino, Alizé, As of this moment, you shall no longer bear the name of Leveilleur.
What? Father!
How you choose to live your lives is no longer my concern. If you wish to walk the path of ruin, I will not stand in your way.
Master Fourcheneau, while Sharlayan may have no intention of intervening in this conflict, we can still part as friends. Will you not stay and speak with us, that we might learn of Sharlayan's hopes for the morrow?
I have said what I came here to say. Any further discussion would be meaningless.
Father! Wait! Don't bother, Alize!
How can you stand there and watch him walk away? How can you let this happen?
Tracy says, no, you should have quoted Louisoix at him. So the reason why I leaned heavily towards doing that, but I chose to use the response with the axe instead, because literally what Fourcheneau is doing is he's sitting on his high horse of being on an island off the mainland. So he doesn't have, like, his country doesn't have any neighbors interested in attacking them yet. So it's very easy to say, Lemao, just don't fight, when you are not the one being threatened, right? He's basically saying to the Eorzeans, just don't go to war, Lemao, while the Eorzeans are saying, we're not going to war, we're practically defending ourselves. That's effectively what we're doing for the vast majority of the Final Fantasy XIV story, the only exceptions being that the majority of the time where we go on the attack, it's actually because we are engaging in a war that has gone so long that Garlemald has taken ground, which we are then trying to take back. So we're technically still defending when we go into Alamigo, even though it's seen as an offense. We are basically still defending. We're just defending something we lost years ago. But it's very easy to say just don't go to war when you are not being threatened with it. This is something that is actually surprisingly real in recent life on Earth. Both the part where someone has to defend themselves and where some people say, just don't fight. Just let it be. Peace is easier. So I think that's very interesting, especially because I'm pretty sure this story happened quite a while before that happened. But I think if it wasn't for the fact that that specific quote that you could choose with the axe wasn't so perfect for the specific situation we were put in, I would probably have chosen Louisoix's quote in any other situation, which we've also done many times previously. But that is the reason. I think it's, like, as you said, the next cutscene offended me. Understandable. It's really offensive to sit there in your safe. Like, we have to remember that when the Garleans went to war with the Eorzea, this isn't very clearly stated in many places in the story, but the way Sharlayan acted upon it is this city, Idleshire, was Sharlayan. This area, a vast majority of it was Sharlayan stuff. And as Tracy said, Sharlayan just went, oh, Garlean attacks! Oh, then, pack your bags, we're out of here! They just left. They just left everything and went away. Like, they're basically saying, do that. with the rest of the entirety of Eorzea. Just find somewhere else to live where there aren't Garleans. Easy. Just do what we did. So yeah, a very offensive cutscene.
So that's what he came here to say. That we're all fools for having the temerity to defend ourselves against the Telophori. And as for the rest, like it or not, this was the Forum's decision, to watch from afar while Eorzea burns. Father was but the messenger, and as he handed down their judgment, I could think of nothing to say that could possibly sway him. I still can't. To have prolonged the discussion would have changed little, for it is not only Master Fortuno who must be persuaded, but the Forum as a whole. The decision was made ere your father crossed the sea. Nor is it like to be changed, and so we shall face the Telophori without their aid. Forgive me, but if they had no intentions of helping us, then why would they go to the trouble of sending an envoy in the first place? Why did they not simply keep their counsel, as they are wont to do?
Telephone rings.
Caetsu, has Master Fortuno arrived yet?
He has arrived and left.
Then it is as I feared. My efforts were in vain. I pleaded our case to as many Forum members as I could, but they flatly refused to discuss the matter. No, that's not exactly true. I should rather say that they ignored every word I said on the subject. Without exception, it was almost unnerving. Could it be that they're hiding something from us? That might go some way to explain Master Fortuno's performance. When he said that they wouldn't know if the final days were truly upon us, I dismissed it as pride, but what if they genuinely believe that they know how the world will end and simply disagree with us about the circumstances? That I don't know, but something tells me that they're not as concerned about the Telophori as they claim. Also, it turns out that I'm on speaker, and you're speaking loud enough that I can hear you through this link, Pearl. Fascinating. If the threat weren't real, why else would they be so standoffish and secretive? I would very much like to delve deeper into this, but I'm afraid I've exhausted every avenue of inquiry. Nor have I fared any better with my other mission, researching Hydaelyn and the Ethereal Sea. I tried enlisting the help of experts in the field, but it appears the Forum has forbidden anyone from cooperating with us. Obstructed at every turn. So it would seem, but don't lose heart just yet. With all the knowledge and acquaintances we have between us, we can still find a way forward. To that end, I would like you all to join me here. When the time is right, of course. I'm aware that matters in Eorzea stand on a knife edge, but with your permission, I can at least start making the necessary arrangements.
I've always wanted to visit Sharlayan. Oh boy.
And so you shall, albeit under less than happy circumstances. It may take a while to secure entry for you all, but I'll let you know when everything is in order. Look after yourselves in the meantime, won't you? Your speculations give me cause to hope, yet if these seeds will bear fruit, I cannot say. While it is possible the Sharlayans hide some secret truth from us, there can be no certainty that its exposure will prompt in them a change of heart, and so, for the present, we must needs confront the plight in which we find ourselves. The Forum has refused our request for aid, and it falls to us alone to contend with the Telophori. Even with all of Eorzea standing united, there's no guarantee that we will prevail. What does Sharlayan intend to do if we fail?
Well, oh boy, a muffin, or pineapple juice, for healers and for tanks, or chicken, or Sephiroth. Oh, those look delicious. Well, this one is the one that is most useful for a dragoon. Oh, we got the card. I didn't even notice. Also, Woolly Ram mentioned earlier that the Paglth'an gear it looks very nice for glamour. I completely forgot to comment on that. Just want to mention, I suppose Woolly Ram might still be AFK, but I'm just going to say it, because if I don't, I'll forget again. Paglth'an is like one of those few dungeons where they drop like tribal looking outfits, like very tribal looking outfits. I feel that that's not very common, which is very nice. I think another good example of outfits like that is from the Kitano Ravel. I feel like that looks very like tribal in a way. Just as an example, those two might mesh together, I'm not sure, but I feel like I recall it is like that. Unfortunately, we got none of it. Like, 0. We did actually get a gear upgrade. That's incredible. Wow. What are the chances?
While Charlian's stance is indeed disappointing, we cannot allow ourselves to be distracted from the challenge before us. There's much and more to be done. I shall begin by sharing the forum's response with my counterparts in the Alliance. Meanwhile, I would ask that the Scions...
let's see, that is a Sylph.
Grave tidings, Walking Ones! Grave tidings! Calm yourself, my gentle friend. What has occurred? These ones who went to see Feathered Ones sent terrible news. Destroying Ones have appeared in Self Atoll.
Destroying Ones?
Destroying Ones and captured Ones, and even frightful godly Ones. Feathered Ones didn't stand a chance and were sent flapping and squawking. When did this happen? Is it too late to help them? Too late, yes. Much too late. But luckily, Destroying Ones were only passing through and continued on west. Feathered Ones who did not fight were left unharmed. West? That would be Curthus.
My lady, these Guardians report that the Telophori have emerged from the eastern highlands of Curthus and are marching at speed. Though their purpose has yet to be determined, the Cartno Flats would seem their most likely destination. Lord Aymeric has already dispatched his forces and requests our immediate support.
Tell him he shall have it. The time has come for the Grand Company of Eorzea to prove its worth.
You're gonna get a lot of Lancers and Conjurers.
Well, mayhap it is a mercy that we do not have time to stew upon our misfortunes. Come, my friends, let us make haste to Cartano. Wait, this one almost forgot. Destroying Ones were said to be led by Cackling Robed One. This one must see that all Walking Ones know. Farewell.
Cackling Robed One, also known as Fan Daniel. Fan Daniel himself.
Fan Daniel? Who else? It was only a matter of time before that grinning maniac showed himself again. I shall have an airship ready to bear you to Cartano. Pray see to your preparations and report to the landing with all haste. At once, my lady, let us away.
And bow. It is funny with Fan Daniel, because I remember, like, at the start when we meet him at first, I found him extremely annoying because he was just ridiculous. And then, in contrast to both Emmett Silk and Elidibus, he was much less interesting in a way. Like, Emmett Silk was a villain that seemed to be someone you could actually, like, bargain with, or at least talk with. And Elidibus showed to be, like, the opposite. Yes, you could talk with him, but you could not, well, not exactly the opposite, but, like, a step further. Because while you could talk with him, he was not to be swayed. He would not be bargained with. And then we defeat both of those. And then we get Fan Daniel, who is basically just, I want to destroy everything. Why? Because it's funny. Which isn't as interesting a villain put against those two. At least not at that moment. He has since grown on me. I think he's really hilarious with his theatrics.
Caetsu, it would seem Fordola here has come all the way to Gridania to find us. I've explained the situation, but she insists her business is urgent. Aye, and it'll be over sooner if you shut up and come with me. Well... rude.
Arenvold! I can't tell you how good it is to see you.
It arrived a lot sooner than expected, eh? The day I craned my neck up at you.
Aw.
Only because you're sitting down. Unless...
Afraid so. The Chirurgeons say I may never walk again. Come on, Alfino, it could be worse. Besides, I didn't come here to dampen the mood. Quite the opposite. All I've ever wanted was to fight for a cause I believe in. But my fighting days are over. So I want you to fight in my stead. Be the hero I can't.
I am no hero.
That's what they all say, though. No one ever calls themselves a hero. Even the ones who eat primals for breakfast. It's for others to decide. Look, Alfino. You already are a hero. To me and countless others. We see you doing your damnedest to protect us all. And you're not alone, are you? There are people who believe in you, just as you believe in them.
Some things may have changed, but the adventure isn't over yet. Arenvold.
I know what's at stake, and how many people are depending on you. But I believe in you. Believe that you'll see it through. That's why I'm entrusting my dreams to you. Like Albert and Owley once entrusted their dreams to me.
There was a time when I would have borne the weight of such expectations without a second thought. But now, I know just how heavy that burden can be. To tell the truth, I'm beginning to wonder if I chose the right path. Sacrifices will inevitably be made for the sake of the ideals I uphold. Maybe I am not the person I thought I was. The person you think I am.
I wouldn't presume to tell you. But I will say this. In spite of everything, you've come this far. The road ahead might not always be clear, but you've never been one to give up or take the easy way out. And everything you do for others. For a brighter future. I'm proud to call you my friend. Well, I've said my piece, so I'll let you go. I know you've got more important things to be doing. Just give what I've said some thought, all right?
I shall, my friend. And we will meet again soon, I promise.
Nothing left for me to do but wave and smile.
You've got a pretty narrow view of what it means to be a hero. Do you know that? You think they're all forged in the fires of battle? That it's all about being brave and killing villains? Alphinaud and the others will carry on their fight. But theirs isn't the only one. There are other ways you can make a difference. If you stop feeling sorry for yourself and put your bloody mind to it.
There's not much chance of me living the quiet life with you around, is there?
If you're content to twiddle your thumbs thinking of what might have been, that's your lookout. But I reckon you've got some fight left in you.
And I reckon you might be right. If there's a way I can still help my friends, I'll bloody well find it.
Hello, Sigri. Eee! Tracy says, I bet he will probably walk again, Arenwald. There is a lot of time for him to eventually get to walk again, so that is not out of possibility, at least. Out of the realm of possibility. I agree. Although, he doesn't need to walk again for being relevant in the story. Now, the next step is the relatively long solo duty. So I will be right back, and then we continue. Alright, I'm back. Hey Kwasari. Yeah, we started with Paglth'an actually last week. We finished exactly before Paglth'an even started. Like, I remember that Matthew was even like standing ready to do the dungeon, and then I looked at the time like, actually, maybe we'll do that next week. So the only thing left is actually this solo duty and what comes after that. And then we'll probably do some side questing stuff once we've watched the credits. You can tell me later what that was all about, but judging by the set of Alphino's jaw, it appears to have done him some good. Tancred and the others have already left the Rising Stones, and according to the communications officer, Amulja and coupled of forces are also bound for Cartano as we speak. They mean to keep the promise they made in Alamigo, and we must do the same, by saving as many of their tempered kin as possible. Anyway, the airship is ready to depart. We should get going. Upon joining the battle at Cartano, several cutscenes will play in sequence. It is recommended that you set aside sufficient time to participate in the battle and view these scenes in their entirety. Your progress through the battle will be saved at certain points. In the event that you are defeated, you will be able to try again from the most recent of these. Please note that if you enter battles associated with other quests or log out from the game, this progress will be lost.
My fellow Scions, as I am sure you will have heard, we can expect no help from Sharlayan, nor are we any closer to discerning the Telophoroi's grand design. And now, our adversary moves against us in unprecedented numbers, compelling us to answer in kind. The outlook, in short, is bleak. Yet though our foes are many, and we but few, we may still tip the balance in Eorzea's favor.
Of course. We will do what we always do. Deal with the ones our allies can't. A less than daunting prospect, judging by your expression. Could it be that you've dispelled your lingering doubts, Alphino?
Oh, I doubt I ever will. But as my friends have kindly reminded me, I have come this far, and that must count for something.
Gods be good, Alphino. That's what we've been trying to tell you all along.
For one so bright, you can be remarkably dim at times. There is such a thing as overthinking, you know.
Might I suggest that we continue this conversation after the battle? It would appear that Telophoroi have already arrived.
I'll do what I can to cure the tempered, but they'll have to be incapacitated first.
Have care, my friends, for none can say wherefore our foe did choose this fateful field to be our battleground. Whatever may transpire, pray grant him not the pleasure of deterring you.
It's pretty funny that Estinian should say Alphino is kinda dim, considering... well, it's Estinian. Listen well, friends. The Telophoroi is sweeping across Cartano. As for the Asian, he was briefly sighted above the battlefield, but has since vanished. He likely intends to watch events unfold from afar. Thus far, the movements of the lunar primals have proven difficult to predict. Even when poised to ambush our troops, they instead withdraw for some unknown reason. Whatever the Telophoroi's plan may be, the primals are our primary target. Understood. They will not elude the Scions for long.
Prepare yourself.
Let's give it our all.
I'm not sure who I'm supposed to be fighting. Yeah, indeed, Woolly Ram. We have to remember that he started with that basically being his personality, right? Like, for the first huge part of the story, Alphinaud was basically just traveling around Eorzea thinking he knew better than everyone else. Like, every time something bad happened, he would just be standing there in the corner like, haha, why would they choose to do this? That's really dumb. That is slight exaggeration, but that was kind of how Alphinaud was introduced. So it's not too surprising that he has changed, like that the change he has come to get has made him that much more likable, simply because he isn't like that anymore. As those that watched this playthrough Final Fantasy XIV from the very beginning, you will know that in the first many episodes we called him Alfie Not, both because he didn't sound right, but also because he didn't act right, and he was also very negative. I hope I'm supposed to follow them. And my weapon is gone. As the Scions spread out across the battlefield, Alice and Graha take the fight to the Telofroi. Paladin Grahatia. Right. Let's see what our toolkit is. Simplified Red Mage. We have the 1, 2, 3, 4 combo. Wait, with fire, arrow, stone, and then flare? What? And then there's the full melee combo, complete with a jump back and Scorch. And then there's also Crimson Savior, which is just an AoE, spam, fish, and Contra 6, which are mostly what they're supposed to be. And then we also have a heal. That's important to consider. I'm guessing I'm supposed to be fighting these. Which also means that we're sort of... Wait a minute. Totally normal red mage. This is very close to what a red mage is. It's just very simplified. Like, I'll take this. This is close enough. Also, she's a red mage with a pet. Because she has the Porksy chasing her around. Whee! Whee! I'm not sure what I got all those that single target combo for.
Allow me.
Like, with this many mobs, there's no reason to single target anything. But wait, more mobs! I'm not even sure if this is worth doing, but I like the melee combo. Is this AoE? It's not. In that case, it is not worth it. So it's the melee combo before it became AoE. That makes sense. We'll keep it. For now, we'll make sure to keep it for when we have a single target to fight. Oh. He needs healing. I completely forgot about that. I feel this is a lot closer to a red mage than, for example, when we were looking at... oh, he needs healing again. Or apparently he just heals himself. I don't know why I'm even here. Seems we've earned a moment of respite. Then let's take this opportunity to cure the tempered. Go, Angelo! There he is. It's the cackling robed one. Do you see that? The glyph? Yes, how worried should we be? Listen well, and judge for yourself. Though I can see the ethereal currents, I had not thoroughly examined those that flow through the heart of Cartano. But now that I'm here, things have become clear. The flats conceal an etheric confluence, like to the pillars of the Asim Step, but greater in scale. Far greater. Uh-oh. The glyphs that Fandaniel has conjured reach into its very midst. And I believe I know their purpose. Should the lunar primals destroy them, it would spark a chain reaction with the potential to obliterate the confluence entirely. The resultant disruption to the flow of ether would sow chaos among the elements, prompting earthquakes, floods and tempests large enough to lay waste to the realm. That he would go so far cometh as little surprise. We must needs protect the confluence at all cost. Is this when we play Urianger? Oh yeah, this is so mean. If you've never played a healer... Is that Odin? The time has come to pit my blade against his. Follow my lead. Riastro, yeah. Let's see, we have basic attack. We have Lord of Crowns, which draws a card, and then we can use... And that gives us MP, and then we can do AoE damage. Or no, single target damage. The scroll combo. Restore a lot of MP, and then increase damage and reduce cast times. It's a party bonus. How long is that? Like 15 seconds? Like basic heal, basic AoE heal, and... Oh. Right. That is pretty useful. We should use this very regularly. It has a cooldown of 15 seconds. If we just weave this every now and then, we can have full uptime on the heal over time effect. So we do this. Oh, it's a combo. Okay, that's important. That's important. I didn't realize that. In that case. And go. I'm going to get as close to Thancred as I can so that I can weave that easily. Yeah, nice of Odin to just wait for you to read the skills. Yeah, I know. It's like he's just what are they doing? What's happening over there? Oh, stack marker. I think we'll be fine. It's just a 10% damage reduction, so I think it's better that we just keep up the attack. Come near. Oh, he was blinded. Why do I not have a sprint? That's really awkward that they removed that specifically. My turn! That needs healing. Oh, you can only have one card drawn at a time. That's why it failed before when I tried to draw 2 cards. Because I wanted to go into battle with both cards drawn, of course. Lead weight. Is that on your Stola again? Well, then we have to nuke that Lunar Fetter real hard.
Away with you.
The best defense is a good defense.
The best defense is a good defense. Excellent logic there, Thancred. You nailed it. The best defense is a good defense. In contrast to what? Casual tank LB3, true. Is that a safe spot? I'll take your word for it. I actually wanted to heal the confluence there. Oof. Oh. Is that it? Oh. That was a little bit of a surprise. I didn't realize he was done. I would have probably focused him a bit more if I knew he was that close to dead. Poof. Meanwhile, Gratia and Alizé prepare to lock swords with Luna Ravana. Ha! I don't even remember that it was Ravana in this part, but I do remember Graha, because I loved his toolkit. We have Black Mage Grahatia, because he has the Black Mage stance. Right. I'll be right with you, Ravana. That must be Ravana, a formidable opponent, but by all accounts, but so are we. We have Foul combo, which is 3 Fire Force and then Foul. That just cost 800. And then we have Elegant Blizzard, which just gives you 40% MP for casting it. And also Graha just casually has like 0.2 seconds shorter cast time from spell speed. But only on these two. Thunder is longer. AoE Thunder 4 with a huge upfront damage. Cure 2, Medica 2, and then Break, which is an AoE, Bind, Interrupt, and etc. that you can just, if you want to, you can just spam it. Break has grown a lot after players lost access to it. Let's see, that's 380 potency, so that is just barely worth using on a single target, I'm pretty sure. We do boom. Oh wait, we Medica first, and then Thunder, and then boom, boom. And then we are, of course, supposed to MP back up again. And it's going to be my job to heal the Conference and Alizé, I'm guessing. Even though Alice can also cast heals. Take wing, ye souls of war! Break! Wait. This is way better. I think?
I have you now.
Do you? And break! Turns out spamming thunders is not cheap. Reapply thunder. And then get some MP back. The Seeing Tail, which side is that? Oh, it's that side. It's funny that they keep that mechanic, so if you can remember, then this fight becomes easier just for that. Oh boy. And a foul. Bam! I thought there would be more ad phases. Or is this now? Huh? The Rose of Immortality. Bam! 15 seconds. Is this good enough to kill them? Oh, then there's no reason to use fire. Just spam break to keep them stalled. I also need to heal Alice. You know, Odin is a little funny because that's an optional thing. At the self-same moment, you stand shoulder to shoulder with Alphen and Estinian, resolved to lay Luna Ifrit low. It's pretty funny because, as we're saying, that Odin is an optional boss fight. So you meet Luna Odin and you're like some players that has never played Final Fantasy games before will be like, who's this? Like, why is he important? Luna Odin, who's not Luna Odin? Luna Ifrit, the one Arenvald and Fordola encountered. Was that all you had to say? Oh, okay then, that was not much. I'm just going to focus Estinian on the off chance that Dragon's Sight will work on him. And it will, excellent. Well, I can only attack. 2 Dragoons. Yeah, you'd think this was Heavensward, huh? Oh, the safe spot is smack dab in the middle? Thank you, NPCs. This kind of mechanic is a little underpowered when you have NPCs to show you. Oh, Infernal Nails.
Whatever those are, they bode ill for us. Smash them to pieces before it's too late.
You're finished, he said, and the nail didn't die. This is actually a really tight DPS check, if that's the time we have to deal with it. Like, for a solo duty like this, that's really tight. And Ifrit also hits surprisingly hard for something that, you know, a DPS might have to tank. Oh boy, do you do line AoEs perhaps? And this is the safe spot? This is a little silly with the NPCs leading the way like this. Gee, I wonder how we deal with the mechanic, guys. A Radiant Plume. Oh, the safe spot is in the center again. Thank you. So obviously, if I drop low enough in HP, the NPCs will typically, like Alphino presumably, will heal me if need be. But every time he heals me, he's not attacking. Which means that it is a DPS gain for the group if I heal myself. With anything that I have available at the very least. Did the NPCs just keep attacking Ifrit while it was invulnerable? More of them. Our foe seeks to destroy the conference, and us along with it. So it comes to this. That is ridiculous, by the way. Well, if you could have just done that, Estinian, I don't even know why I'm here. Agony of the damned. I will not be outdone, and he uses sacred soil. I mean, it's pretty difficult to like match. Was it 8? I think it was 8 Stardivers. Not like it was making 8 clones of yourself and then using Stardiver with every one of them. Oh dear.
And thus another plan went up in smoke. I am beginning to see why Lord Xenos thinks so highly of you. Not that this changes anything, you understand. You have merely earned yourself a stay of execution.
How fare the tempered?
We've treated as many as we can, but some were beyond help.
Do not hang your heads so, brave scions. Though not all of our captured brethren could be saved, we are grateful for those whose minds have been restored. You could do no more, and that is enough. So please hold your heads high.
Should have been quicker, but I'll do better next time. Thank you for your kind words. They mean a lot.
A victory at great cost, but a victory nonetheless. We must stay strong and press on. Isn't that right?
One battle at a time. We'll get there.
That
Agreed.
we will.
Maybe the moon is important, indeed. Well then. What a story, right? Gee, I wonder why they showed us the moon here at the end. And now, remember, then that was the end of the main quest for months. Like, for anyone that played after Endwalker got released, you wouldn't know that. But everyone that played Shadowbringers, this was that. It was just the end. And then we just had to wait for months. I can't remember if it was 4, 6, or 8 months exactly. Let me check. The final patch was June 1st. So, about half a year. So that's 6 months where this was that. And remember, the final patch was just 3 of the quests we did tonight. That didn't include Paglth'an. It was the 2 quests leading up to this duty and then this quest with the duty. That was it. And then half a year of waiting. Woolly Ram says, speaking of the end, when do you think the Endwalker's final patch will be released? Well, let's see. 5.4 is expected to be late next month, which suggests that 6.5 should then come out around 4 months later, assuming they keep the current patch cadence. The thing is that recently there's been a lot of discontent with the current patch cycle cadence, that it feels like it is too long. I don't know if that will affect the development. If it does, then it might go faster. I doubt it. But if it continues as it has been, then we should expect I think 6.5 sometime late September, maybe early October. And if it is late September, then we would probably expect 6.55 or 6.56 or whatever they come up with. If it is going to be there, it will probably be like early next year, and that would probably be the final patch of Endwalker. But what tends to be the case is that like 6.4 will spell the finale of the current MSQ story that we're dealing with. This is assumed mainly because typically the X.5 and the X.55 or X.56 or what have you story bit is typically like used to directly like usher the players into the next expansion. So that will probably mean that we have a much better idea of what to expect from the next expansion once 6.5 rolls around. But what we know for a 100% certainty is that the next expansion is not coming in 2023. We know this with 100% certainty. This is something that we could have, like, we can assume based on the patch cadence and all that. Obviously, it's not going to come out this year. That would also be somewhat quick, wouldn't it? Even if the next expansion came out in December, that would have made Endwalker a grand total of 2 years. Which is, I don't know, like the... let's see... Like, since Endwalker came out around the 10-year anniversary, I believe, that would suggest that everything prior to Endwalker, like every expansion, was around 2.5 years or so. Which means that if Endwalker is only 2 years, it would be shorter, which would be weird. So it wouldn't surprise me if we see the next expansion mid-2024. Like, maybe around summertime? Like, shot in the dark, just guess. Maybe. Because we will probably get the final patch of Endwalker early 2024. Is my guess. And Woolly Ram says, to be honest, I think the discontent is from YouTubers and Twitch streamers, not from general Final Fantasy XIV players, as the servers are full and roulettes are quick, even for DPS jobs. Indeed. And Tracy says they agree. I think that is a very good point. Because as far as I know, the players that have mainly been annoyed with the current patch cycle has been the kind of player that on day 1 of the patch eat up all of the main quest, do everything that is added in the patch, and if they don't finish on day 1, they go to bed, well, they eat dinner, continue, then they go to bed, then they get up in the morning, shout out breakfast, and then they keep going. And they keep doing that until they're done. Completely done. Like, those people that were rushing to get their ultimates done, and then they look around like, where's the rest of the patch? That was it. You ate it too fast, and now you're mad there isn't any more of it, right? So that is to say that I think that it is a very healthy assumption that it is probably mainly the players that have a little bit too much time on their hands. And not enough other things they want to do with their time that complain about it. Personally, I spend a lot of the time that I'm not making videos and not playing the game myself, I spend on other games. Which means that things last longer. I don't have all of my relics upgraded yet, for example. Endwalker relics, namely. But I'm pretty sure that if you just did daily roulettes for your tomestones to upgrade your weapons, you could have done that in, like, what? Like a little over a month? Something like that? And you're just done. And then you look around like, where's the rest of it? We gave you a grind target that required something on the north side of 20,000 astronomy, and you just completed it in a month. And now you're saying it's we, the developers' fault that we didn't make more. Hey, Gimme Candy, thank you so much. I hope you have a lot of fun with Reaper. It is one of my favorite jobs to play. So, naturally, a thing with my job guides, actually, not to change the subject, I'll get back to that subject. A thing with my job guides is that some of them I have to research a lot more because I don't actually play the job myself, like on a day-to-day basis, so I don't learn all of those things that are maybe obvious if you play the job every day. I have to learn secondhand by reading a little bit what other people do, and then I realize it throughout making the guide, like, oh yeah. But with jobs that I play a lot, I only need to double check things that to make sure that I'm not the weird one doing the thing. And Reaper is certainly one of those jobs where, well, I intuitively know somewhat how to do the Dublin Shroud and things like that. And I of course double check to make sure that I get it right when I'm teaching others. But thank you so much, Gimme Candy. I hope you enjoy Reaper. And Woolly Ram says, if I had to bet on it, I'd guess 7.0 is scheduled for quarter 1 or 2 of 2024, as Final Fantasy 16 will give Square a big shot of cash for official year 2023. When is it that Final Fantasy 16's release date is scheduled for? I haven't been paying too much attention to it on account of not owning a console. I originally completely missed that Strangers of Paradise came out because I assumed it only came out for consoles at first. Just as another example, and I know a lot of people completely missed that it released for PC at all because it was Epic exclusive. But on that note, Stranger of Paradise recently came out for Steam. Very good game. It's very I would say underappreciated. But that is a good theory, Woody Ram. But I would guess it would be like half-year exclusivity. So does that mean that Final Fantasy 16 is expected to come out for PC in possibly quarter 1 of 2024? If that's the case, I could imagine that, like, if they're planning it around this, then the Final Fantasy, then 7.0 is probably coming out in the second quarter. Like, if we're going to be measuring this, then that would be a good guess. We have Final Fantasy 16 coming out, nice shot of cash. Then half a year later, release it again for PC and other consoles, perhaps. that can run it. And then there's a little bit of a downturn because now we don't have more Final Fantasy 16 to release. Oh, look, hey, Final Fantasy 14, how's it going with you? Oh, you're ready again. Excellent. Bam. Okay, Black says, I'm going to cry waiting that long to second quarter. Now, remember that it is almost guaranteed that the final patch of Endwalker is going to land somewhere around... somewhere around like January, February. I'm pretty sure the final patch of Endwalker will land in the first quarter. So that means that just because the next expansion is going to be in the second quarter, if it is, that doesn't mean that we're going to get nothing for half a year, maybe 4 months. Who knows for certain, right? But I think the important bit is to remember that there is so much content to do in the game. Woolly Ram says it does make financial sense to stagger Final Fantasy releases, and I think Yoshi P wants to avoid a bad port for Final Fantasy 16. If he has the ability to influence that, so that they don't get a bad port for Final Fantasy 16, that would probably be a really good move, because over the past years, actually, PC ports of games first made for console has gotten a really bad reputation because many companies that make console games first and then port them, it seems like they don't care that much about optimizing it for the PC, so it gets really janky or really awkward, a bad port. And a game like Final Fantasy 16 that has been this much anticipated, if it then also is a good port, like a good PC game with not a lot of weird glitches and bugs, that will be a really, really good step. Now, we just have to hope and pray that they don't start on all that crypto shenanigans with the game, right? Leave that out. We just want a good game. I would like to remind everyone that when we finished A Realm Reborn's leveling story, we also sat through all of the credits. And that was the day that I discovered that the credits of A Realm Reborn, without touching your keyboard or speeding up anything, takes like 2 hours. Because every single name that played Final Fantasy XIV Online, like 1.0 I believe, is in the credits. Every single one. And Woolly Ram says Yoshida has stated publicly that there will be no NFT shenanigans in Final Fantasy. That's good. That's good. I'm assuming that when he says that, he's of course pointing out that it is specifically like he only has the power to control the games that he's, you know, directing. But given that he has control over Final Fantasy XIV and 16, and I think the only other Final Fantasy games that are like on the move right now in any capacity is like 7 Remake still, sort of, and 11, which is like moving into complete hibernation mode, sort of, if it hasn't already. And then there's 14 and 16. And, well, I don't think there's a chance that 11 is going to do anything. And 7 are, like, I mean, they haven't done anything with it yet. It would be really strange to suddenly introduce something, right? So I would guess that if they were to do some shenanigans, they would have to do it with, like, the next game. And the problem there is that they have to make, like, they would have to make a genuinely good game, like a great game first that people really want to play in the first place. Like, they have to actually want to play it, and it has to run well and be a good game that stands on its own 2 feet. And then they have to ruin it to do this. And the reason why I'm saying that is because we have already seen games that implement these NFT features and shenanigans that then fall flat on their face because, well, it wasn't a good game, or the shenanigans they added didn't actually add anything and scared more customers away, which ultimately meant that the game never took off. So it's like, it's a huge risk to add in the first place, and as long as companies, like, hopefully companies like game companies and things like that realize that too, and if they do, then they will be careful with these things, and as long as they're careful, they might never do it. We can hope. K-Black says, that has to be a world record for longest credits in video games. Well, if you... I can't remember which part it was. I'm pretty sure that it is noted in, like, the title. But if you find the part of this stream, that, like, this stream series, where we complete A Realm Reborn's leveling story, I believe that that stream was like 8 hours, because we finished like a little late in the stream, and then I was like, well, we're watching the credits, and then 1 hour passed, and I'm like, there's still credits? And it just went on and on and on. So it would probably be the longest part of this stream series of them all, and if you're having a hard time finding it, there is a playlist. And the reason why I'm directing you to that is because you probably wouldn't want to count the length of those credits on your own. It would be easier to just find where it starts and then just skip to the end and go, okay, where do they finish? Hey, Dr. Ryan, how are you doing? Tracy says, you do know you don't have to watch the credits, don't you? Oh, I do. I know. If we just press escape, we can escape the credits. But this has been a tradition since the start of Rewind Replay. We're watching the credits. These credits aren't as long as the longest ones. We've had worse. We'll watch the credits, and we're going to have a talk about this and that. The patch cycle of Final Fantasy XIV, the release date of Final Fantasy XVI in relation to Square Enix's financial situation, and, of course, NFT shenanigans. It just doesn't get better than that, does it? Dr. Ryan says, doing alright, thanks. Was playing some Street Fighter V. How are y'all doing? I'm doing great. Are you winning? Who's your main? I know some Street Fighter characters. Woolly Ram says, what single player games are you playing on the side? Well, let's see. Right now, well, it's not exactly a single player game, but I'm playing a Train World playthrough of Factorio, which ironically so far involves one train. Because I've reached far enough in the game that I can basically just wait for the rocket and the satellite to be made, and then we're done. That is my target. I'm also thinking of playing through. I'm sort of also thinking of playing through Stranger of Paradise again. A concern I have is that, given that nearly no one, as I mentioned before, even realized that Stranger of Paradise is on the Epic Store, and additionally, a lot of people refuse to use the Epic Store in the first place, and it turns out that Stranger of Paradise does not have crossplay, not even with Epic and Steam. That means that probably the majority of people that will ever get Stranger of Paradise might very well be on Steam. So I might have to, like, if I want to play with some of my friends, like Civ, for example, has mentioned he wanted to play it, then I would have to get it on Steam as well, and then I would have to start over, which is fine. I don't want to use my pretty decently post-game geared Dark Knight with a katana build that one-shots most regular mobs and donks through bosses with a lot of invulnerability. A lot, not permanent, but a lot. And it's quite efficient. Not that exciting. It's actually more fun to play through the game, in my opinion. But I have been thinking of playing through Stranger Paradise again. It is like a very highly ranked game to me, and I know that it is not that. It is surprisingly unpopular, probably because it had some optimization issues on release and it was difficult to get. Woolly Ram mentions, I'm doing the endgame grind for Persona 3 Portable. Oh, I've never played a Persona game myself. I did like playing Joker in Smash Brothers a bit, but he's too fast for me. Dr. Ryan says, I only recently started playing, sort of, in anticipation for Street Fighter 6, I guess. I'm using Cammy. Oh. Well, I know that these kinds of fighting games can be a big amount of investment. A big amount of investment to just get, like, into these kinds of games, because you have to learn all that, and even, like, some of the lower ranked players, if you start playing, might know a lot more than you as a new player. Persona 4 Golden, is that only in Japanese? Is that what K-Black is saying? Tracy says, can anyone tell me the name of the silver-haired man who does the live letter with Yoshi P? That's Foxclon. I don't know his first or second name, but I know he's Foxclon. I watched the first Foxclon's Neighborhood stream. It was very nice. It was also very funny that you could tell who had made a character specifically to photobomb his stream and who was there to show off their houses. Because it was typically low-level characters in mishmash outfits that just came barging in. Persona games are a commitment, 80 to 100 hours. Well, depending on how you approach Factorio, just while we're on the subject of long games, a Factorio factory can also take a lot of hours. Also just in general, because it's such a free-form game, you can play the game in so many ways that you can easily invest 1,000 hours into it. For me, like, I enjoy the act of building a factory, but the problem of expanding it infinitely, like expanding it again and again and again and again, becomes more and more daunting as you progress. Like, I made my factory very resilient to expansion at the start, and I reached the limit, and it's going to take me hours and hours to make that rocket. Like, I really tried, and I didn't manage. Like, I could probably have done a lot better. But it's a difficult game. I've never played a Persona game. I've seen them. The whole managing your social interactions with the other characters and stuff like that. It's something where just like I don't feel attached to this kind of game enough to want to do that. I think I mentioned this on some streams a while back, but the way that I approached Final Fantasy XIV is that I did not follow the story very much. I did not care about the story until I had figured out whether or not I liked the game, like the game mechanics themselves, like, do I like the combat? Which meant that because the game is very, like, front-loaded with story, there was a lot of story that I completely missed because I was like, yeah, that's fine, Thancred. That's fine, Papalimo. That's very nice, Yustola, but I want to fight things. Can we do that? Can we fight things? Is that an option? I don't care what you have to say before I figured out whether I like the combat in this game. And that took a while. Dr. Ryan says in Persona 5, the story is what dragged me through the 100-hour playthrough I did. I wanted to know what happened next. That is an important factor. I suppose that is also why I resonated well with the Stranger of Paradise story. One meme that you may have heard about with Stranger of Paradise is when the main character skips the cutscene for you. Which happens like a handful of times. The big baddie is going to tell you their evil plan, and then Jack just goes, "Don't actually care. You're going to be dead in a minute, so don't really realize why I should care about that. You know, don't really care." And the fight begins. He says it in a much more aggressive way. So by the time that the story starts to really pick up in Stranger of Paradise and the main character stops doing that, you're also a lot more invested in the story. Which is kind of funny. Woody Ram says, Persona games are systematically deep, mechanically simple, turn-based JRPGs. Yeah, that is something I never really liked. The is it called ATB system? The one for many of the like in Final Fantasy we had true turn-based, and then they like slowly moved over to this. I believe it was called ATB, where like each individual has like a bar that fills up, and when it's full, they can have their turn. The key thing here being that they can have their turn, which means that if you take a long time to take your turn because you're thinking, then the enemy is just going to smack you anyway. Which means that you only have the time between your turns to think about. You only have the time between your turns to think about what you want to do. And then you have to like speed menu to get to what it is that you want to do. I don't really like that system. So that is good that Persona has turn-based. And I enjoyed some of the Dragon Quest XI story. I did play some of it, but then I just like kind of ground to a halt. I can't remember what happened. I think it was just that I wasn't super deep into the story. Other games came around that I also wanted to play, and then we were presented with, oh, by the way, you have so many characters that you can't use all of them. And I, like, there were so many there were characters where, like, I want to use this character, but these other characters that I'm currently using are too important, so I can't use this character. So that was very disheartening for me. That's why I like games where you can customize the characters that you have to the point where you don't have to make such a choice. Or there are only all the characters that you can use at once. So again, you don't have to choose. Or for example, I believe in some Final Fantasy games, they make it so that they're just like, they'll just arrange which characters you have access to at any given moment. So you don't get to choose. The awkward part there is that you might go, oh, no, I gave Barrett the super awesome materia and made sure he was good with it. Now he's not in the story for a while. Or something like that. I think they usually give you access to the materia again if they do that, but still. I just customized him. Really? I just bought him that weapon. Yeah, credits are still going. When did they start? It makes sense. If I remember correctly, the longest credit by far was A Realm Reborn after the leveling story. And then after the post game was way shorter. And then Heavensward leveling was a bit longer, and then the Heavensward post game was a bit longer, and then the Stormblood leveling was a bit longer, and then the Stormblood post game was a bit longer, and so on and so forth. Which makes sense. They added more people, right? And if I remember correctly, the Endwalker leveling credits are also really long. Ryan says, judging by the names, I guess these are subcontractors. That sounds plausible. Modeling Cafe Incorporated. DH Inc. One person. Polion Incorporated. Arranger, one person. Shangri-La Incorporated. One person. And then there's the Primals. Riven. Woolly Ram says, Persona games rarely remove characters, but some are more optimal for different enemy compositions. I think, as I said, the thing for me is that the fact that you have to, like, do these social interaction steps in the game to get your powers means that it means that there is a direct incentive for me as a player to go, well, I want to get this power, how do I get that? Which means that I get detached from the story and attached to game optimization, which makes it difficult for me to, like, connect with the story. If the power gain wasn't directly related to the story and these social interactions, there's a very good chance that I might not do them. Like, I just might not do them at all, because I have no reason to do it necessarily aside from being interested. But on the other hand, I would at least, you know, be interested in the story when I do them. It's I think a good comparison to this is before Endwalker, the Mandeville story was, like, completely optional. Like, completely optional. Like, yes, there were some trials that you would unlock and stuff like that, but you did not need to do them. You did not need to do them. So a lot of players who didn't find it funny just, you know, just wouldn't complete it. They just wouldn't finish. Then in Endwalker they made it mandatory for you to be able to get your relic weapons. I'm pretty sure that, like, there's one portion of players that were like, well, okay, I already did it, so I don't care. That's just free. And then there's players that never had considered doing Mandeville before and then found out that they like it. And then there's players that just, you know, mashed skip. They're only interested in this story because there's a direct power gain attached. They weren't going to do the story if there wasn't. Like, that is the kind of connection I'm making here, is that because there is a direct power gain attached to these stories, there's probably at least some players that could not care less. They find the combat maybe fun, maybe they find the main story fun, and then they have to deal with these social interactions to power up. I don't know. I haven't played it, so as Woolly Ram says, trust me, you will get attached and suffer copious emotional damage. I might. I wouldn't know, as I haven't played it, but I'm just suggesting that this might be a problem. Produced by Square Enix. And we're almost done. We just have to hand in the quest now. And Ryan says, could not care less about Mandeville. Watched maybe a few cutscenes and then went, nah, not my type of humor. Exactly. But did you then complete all of it because you need to do it to get relic weapons, or did you just choose, guess I'm not getting relic weapons? Because I'm pretty sure a lot of players went, well, I want my relic weapons. I trust you all enjoyed a comfortable flight aboard the Pride of the Ishgardian fleet. Lest you worry, the Bonanza has been towed to a nearby location to be retrieved at your convenience. You have thought of everything, Lord Aymeric, and may I say how much I appreciate the hospitality you afforded us on the way home. Think nothing of it. Our destination lay in the same direction, and it afforded me the perfect opportunity to learn how my errant friend has been since he took his leave. Heh. It would seem you have finally found a place to settle down. I merely grew weary of wandering the Far East. Ah yes, that was the reason. Returning to more serious matters, while the Telophoroi has been driven from Cartano, it is likely that the bulk of their forces yet remain. On the evidence of the Grand Company of Eorzea's first joint military operation, however, I am confident that we have the potential to meet such threats head-on, even without the aid of you and yours. Oh. As such, while our forces keep the Telophoroi at bay, I would ask that you apply your talents to the task of neutralizing the towers. A sensible division of labor. While the towers remain, so too will the threat of the lunar primals. And given our expertise in the field of aetherology, we are better qualified to find the solution. And that we are, especially should it happen to lie beyond the Alliance's dominion. There's a time and a place for formal investigations, of course, but certain secrets are wont to hide where only enterprising individuals may venture. I could not agree more. There are none better suited to this task, nor any upon whom I would rather rely. On behalf of the Alliance, I thank you. We look forward to receiving any information you are able to uncover. And with that, I must take my leave. Should you have need of assistance, pray do not hesitate to ask. Fare you well, my friends. I confess, I had hoped to be able to study the towers more closely, vital as they play in the art of the Telophoroi's plans. If we can discern their ultimate function, we will be one step closer to understanding our enemy's grand scheme. Should we succeed in neutralizing them, of course, it is all but certain that the Telophoroi will mount an all-out invasion. And then it will begin. The one who awaits at the heart of the chaos will come for us. For you. Yet in the end, our true nemesis may be the calamity to end all calamities, the final days themselves. Yes, alright, Alphino. We need a plan, not portents. As Thancred so eloquently pointed out, we are in a position to seek information from all manner of places, not least Sharlayan. According to Kryl, the Forum has been more secretive than ever of late. While this may be related to the appearance of the Telophoroi, that remains a matter of speculation. But one thing is clear, the Forum is determined to keep us from discovering the truth. Master Fortuno's performance at the Lotus Stand was enough to convince me of that. The matter beareth further investigation, I do heartily concur. Nor can I think of a more promising place to look for the answers we seek on the matter of the towers. Sharlayan hath ever been the wellspring of aetherological knowledge. I care not where we go. Here or there, my lance will be ready. And what of you, Caetsu? Might you be persuaded to join us? Plot a course for Sharlayan. We're leaving next week. Here, here. It is time we laid bare the Telophoroi's dark designs. It appears we are in agreement, but we have but to wait for Kryl to secure the necessary permissions. In the meantime, there's a matter I would investigate. Does it involve tall structures? By a strange coincidence, it does. At present, I have only a creeping suspicion, but with your help, I will soon find out whether my fears are warranted. Shush! We have acquired a new emote. We've learned the Shush emote. Meanwhile, in the Guardian capital.
Those Eorzeans certainly are a stubborn bunch, though I suppose you knew that already. My plan to redirect the ether from Cartano came to a rather less than satisfactory conclusion. It was, in many respects, an abject failure. Which does, of course, raise the question of where we are going to procure the requisite amount. The obvious solution would be to draw on resources a little closer to home, though that would require our dreamer to dream a trifle more deeply.
So be it. The dreamer will not complain.
Then let us begin the preparations at once. With the gateway of the gods complete, all that remains is to gather the necessary ether, and our prize shall be within reach. The time has come to fulfill your heart's desire, my desire! To relieve those wretched creatures of their meaningless existence!
Oh, he got...
While I await you, I shall drink a sea of souls and gorge myself upon the darkened moon. Then you shall come to me, all roiling rage and rancor. And the stars shall bear witness to our final contest.
As I thought, the ethereal currents have been disturbed here too.
It was the same in Thanalan. Make that every location we surveyed.
And the strength of each current has diminished dramatically, far more than could be attributed to a natural occurrence.
What tidings bringest thou from Dravania?
We took a number of readings, and noticed that the closer we were to the tower, the lower the etheric density became. In short,
the towers are drawing upon the land's ether, which would explain how they were able to carry out the summonings.
Our allies must be informed of this. We should return to the Rising Stones and have Tataru relay our findings to them.
Hear me. Hear me. Hear me. Hear me. Darkness comes, and with it, the end. The fate of the star is in your hands.
Everything all right back there?
I didn't remember that part. But I did feel like, wasn't the... I feel like the moon was originally orange. Never mind. At solemn dawn, grim purpose shines and gazes cast toward moonlit sky. Thus does our final curtain rise, your steps to guide what ends. Something. That was a little fast. And that was Shadowbringers. See, I was about to say that Xenos actually dropped his coat, which was what I mentioned last time we checked in on him. Was like, that coat doesn't give you a damage bonus, you need to drop that. And then he actually did. He at least changed it with a different coat. Regarding the mandible thing earlier, I asked if people, like, okay, you didn't enjoy Mandible, did you then just not do the quests so you don't get relic weapons, or did you do it anyway? And Dr. Ryan says, I could not care less about Mandible, watched maybe a few cutscenes and then went, nah, not my type, but still did get relic weapons. So, soldiered through it because there was a power gain. And Tracy says, I couldn't care less about relic weapons. And Woolly Ram says, I did the Mandible quest for the relic weapons, not my humor. Indeed, and this is like the same logic that I'm applying to... Let's say I sat down and played Persona 5 and wasn't that attached to the story, and then I figure out, oh, but actually you have to talk with the other characters and stuff like that for power reasons. Then I might do that, and if there is a correct choice that gives you more power, then I would probably have, you know, like a game guide open telling me exactly what to say, which isn't a super fun way to play a game, I could imagine. And these are the kinds of reasons why I never picked up a Persona game, because I feel like I would be too busy optimizing my character to care about the story, because I would be too busy going, okay, what do I have to do to get stronger, for example. Maybe I wouldn't. Maybe I would. It depends on how much your power matters and how much your options would be limited by your choices. But that's the kind of considerations that I'm thinking about when I say, okay, well, the Mandible story is not loved by everyone, but is now mandatory if you want relic weapons. And people, a lot of people, thus did the Mandible storyline, despite having no interest. And K Black says the same thing. I did the questline even though I didn't like it. I did the questline. I did the first long bit of the Mandible story, like skipping the cutscenes and stuff like that, because I wasn't that interested. And it was a side quest. I thought it was optional. I was expecting that there might be some reward at the end. And then eventually it occurred to me that the story was significant. And the result was that I just put away the Mandible story for ages. And then eventually I came back to it and took my time with it. And I will say that I found the story a little funnier after Realm Reborn. But if it's not your type of humor, then it's going to still not be your type of humor, regardless. So that doesn't help very much, right? Okay, Black says, I speed ran it with Dancer and didn't look back. That's fair. And Woolly Ram says, on normal difficulty, Persona games do not require optimization. Alright. Let's see, what do we want to do? Well, first off, it might be a good idea to store some of these items, so we don't have to lug them around. I think that's what we're going to do now. Step 1 of side quest is clean inventory, which is the best part of a stream, isn't it? When the streamer sits down and fixes their inventory. But the way I will go about that is that I will be right back and then we do that. Alright, I'm back. They're designed with the expectation of the players completing only a handful of social links, along with a few more that advance automatically with main story. Right. Put all of those in. It is funny, the Crystarium outfit does specifically not come with pants. Let's see. So many of the items we've picked up here are things that we will probably not need. A lot of the gear is like stuff we're holding on to. No Pants Sunday. It's No Pants Sunday every day for the Crystarium guard. And I'm thinking of whether we should get rid of some of all these weapons for other jobs that we randomly picked up. Or if we should just hold on to them because we have the space. We don't need this. I'll sort it by taking out the gear that we will not be using. Dragoon gear might be helpful for our retainer, but we certainly don't need all of them. Like, for example, we won't need this because we have this, which is the same level. In fact, we don't need this because this is the same level. I think it would be fine to just take the level 774 And then, do we have a 70? We do have a 78 one. And then we have a level 81. And we still are using one ourselves, but then we take the rest of them and get rid of them. We don't need the... Wait, actually, we need that. Do we have a 62 one? I think the 61 is good enough because it's so close in power. Let me just switch to Black Mage for a moment so that I can better determine perhaps gear that we don't need for that. It looks like the answer is there isn't really anything that we need to get rid of here. So back to this. Then we check the armor. Let me actually go here for a moment. Why is that there? Did I get rid of the rest of the gear and just forgot? I think that might have been what happened. Didn't put it there. Do we have anything? Just randomly this here. Just a caged wisp for reasons. Woolly Ram says, catch you later, gotta get ready for my night shifts. Alright, thank you for checking in on the stream. I hope you have a great shift. Let's put some of these random things that we're never going to use in here. Just to confuse me when one day we check this part of the retainer inventory way later. We move all these things over. What is this sorting system I have? Oh, that's all the rings, right. Do we need all of those? I suppose it's not a bad idea to keep all of those rings. It would probably be easier to sort this like this. Though it's a little annoying to move items because of the way that it is structured. This way we have a little bit more space in both tabs for a lot of gear. And I can already see that we have more spears than would feasibly fit. Like, oh, we don't need this one anymore. Oh, right, we put that in the glamour chest. I was like, don't we have a 131? We do, but I'm using that for glamour reasons. Next. Armor. We don't need that, because we have this. We actually don't need this either, because we have this. This can go in the glamour chest. I suppose that is nice to keep. This is not... this is fine to keep. 62 is a little close. 66, that's good enough. 70, that is better. That even better? Yes, it is. And that's even better. I'm going to be doing this exact dance a bunch of times, aren't I? We don't need that. We don't need this. We don't really need that either. Next gear piece. Oh, this one we don't have a better chest. Is that right? Oh, did I... Oh, that is that one. Those match. Right. And we don't need this. I've gotten a little faster at sorting this, at least, but it's still not the most exciting. If there's something you guys would like to talk about while we're doing this, do feel free to ask anything, and I'll try my best to answer. so that it becomes a little more interesting than watching me fix my wardrobe. So much equipment. Now the reason why I'm doing this is of course because if we don't like clean out the inventory like this every so often, we won't have space to continue. Like I will suddenly stop in my tracks and be like, I can't actually accept the quest reward because I don't have space for it. And then it's going to be a little awkward. Don't we have crafted gloves at level 60? Do we not have that? Oh, there's where they went. There you go. Why did I have those? 60? Ah. I suppose it'll be this then. 66, 67 will do. Don't need those. So much space. Nice music at least. I'm going to drown in equipment before we finish this, I think. So that's going to be awkward. Coco says I'm gonna use the whole speedometer on my way home. Drive responsibly. It's not worth it to hurry if it means that you eventually ultimately don't make it home, if you know what I'm saying. I paid for the whole speedometer, so I'm going to use it. Fair enough. Just be careful, alright? Okay. I was going to say, if we keep finding, like, entire half of an inventory full of stuff on every single page, then I'm going to have to like go out and clean my inventory and come back again. We want to keep all this for I think possibly, maybe not. I don't know. I don't think I care that much. We would be able to easily pick it up again later. Suppose we can put this off. And this off. The key thing here is that those two can be very helpful for when we level up another job down the line. And they don't take up very much space. Like these tabs, we don't really need to clean out as thoroughly as everything else. Specifically because of that. Which also means that I'm going to just drop the things in a little bit more aggressively. That is the incorrect part, according to my system here. And that's that. And then there's this. Just want to make sure that I'm keeping anything that Black Mage could use. Like this one. And we just drop off all the strength stuff we don't need. The worst that can happen is that we can't find it if we inevitably level up another strength job. And that's not that important. We can just get new stuff. Do we have anything here? We have stuff here for some reason. We just have a lot of materia primarily. Let me show you how that happens. Let me just dump all of my materia in here for indiscriminately so that I don't have to look at it. Green tea. Why is that there in my inventory? That is so random. Here's the thing I want to just randomly bring up, is that I've noticed when I've watched other people stream MMOs, just MMOs in general, it is not uncommon that their inventory is always a mess. Like it looks like an explosion happened somewhere. I think, I would guess, I would wager that the reason for that is, strictly speaking, because I could spend this time I'm using right now sorting my inventory on doing almost anything else, and it would probably be more interesting. But here's the thing, this character is pretty much only online on stream, so that means that if our inventory is full, I would have to clean it on stream. And the worst possible time that it could possibly get full is probably in some super awesome part of the story where we wouldn't want like a 30-minute intermission of me cleaning the inventory. I don't know why I teleported here. I wanted to get to the Grand Company. So the best way to do that is, now that we are at the end of a story, there's nothing special main quest stuff happening for now. That's going to happen next week. We clean the inventory so we're ready to receive all of the rewards from Endwalker. And then we simply hand in... Oh, we have a lot of company seals already. Can I buy something? What should we buy? Oh. Emotes. Give me that one. Don't need that. Don't need that either. Now we have 40,000, we can buy another emote. Yoo-hoo! I always forget that they have emotes. Calliope says, funny that this came up. I just finished Shadowbringers last night. Well, congratulations. Did you finish the post-game or did you just reach the post-game? I'm guessing you finished the post-game. Did you also watch the credits? We just finished the post game and watched all of the credits, and now we're having a end of Shadowbringers inventory cleanup, and then we're going to be doing some side quest stuff. You started Endwalker. Oh, and you did watch the credits. They're kind of long. Like I always get surprised with how long the credits are. There's nothing bad about it. Like, that's a good thing. That everyone gets credited, right? But I always get surprised with how long they are. These are unsellable. 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 Is this also unsellable? Oh. Is this someone who's watching the stream? And they said you're welcome. Random minion. Well, now we're using that minion, of course. It's a bear. We've acquired a bear. Oh, right. We were doing this. These were unsellable. You never know. Sometimes people... people run up to me and trade me something because they know me, and sometimes they trade me something just because they are trading to random people, just to be nice. Hello, Hisham says, may I ask how long did it take you to go through post Shadowbringers? It took like around 20 hours, I think. Like 3 sessions of around 6 hours, and then 1 session of around 3 hours. Something like that. So around 21 hours, I think. Maybe 24 hours, actually, because some of the streams go overtime. And that, of course, doesn't include the fact that sometimes I stop and do other stuff, or talk with people and not progress the story, but I would say around 24 hours, which is probably an upper bound. You're welcome. And now we need to clean the inventory from this last bit. We need to figure out, can any of these items be traded in the market? In which case, sell them there, because we are not capable of descending them ourselves. If we can't sell them, then we have to just vendor them, which our retainer will happily help us with. So we just take it from the top. Hello. And we can sell this spear, apparently. That makes sense. We got a Shire spear, didn't we? Let me just check to be sure. Yes, we picked up a Shire spear, so we never used this one. Hisham says, big fan of your guides and also your YouTube shorts, but first time seeing your stream. Well, I'm glad to see you. I've been told that the streams feel very different, mainly because I sound a little different on stream. I hope that isn't a bad thing. But I'm glad to see you. And as I mentioned before, as we just finished the Shadowbringers quests, we're just doing a little bit of winter cleanup in the inventory, which is why I'm just messing around with market right now. It's a necessary thing. We have to do this. Otherwise, I'm going to get stuck at some point because my inventory is full. When I play my main, I pretty much start and end sessions regularly with cleaning my inventory. So like this whole bit up here is always clean. But I don't really do that on stream, so it's a little different. Thank you so much, Hisham. I'm glad that you enjoy my videos. Let's go and hand in some stuff to the Doman Enclave. We have a lot of money they can have. This is one of those random mini tips that are so small that they don't really matter in a single video on its own. So anyone that doesn't know this, if you unlock the Doman Enclave, which is this, is an optional quest. It takes a little while. We discovered it on the side quest stream, I think. It took us like an hour or more, but if you skip the cutscenes, it'll take you like 10 minutes. Like, if you don't care, it's a cute story. But when you have completed this donation basket, they will buy your items at a markup. So they have 20,000 gil to pay you with, is what they're showing me here. 120% rate means that they're paying 120% of the market selling value. That means that, let me just hop out here because you can't split the stacks while the menu is open. I go in here, this item is worth 500, they're paying me 600 for this item. And as far as I remember, the 20,000 gil budget is before the increase in value. So that means if you put in 20,000 gils worth of stuff, they will give you, well, 20% more than that. So we mainly need to keep track of, I believe we need, I don't think we actually have enough to do that with this, so that we need 28 of those, and then how much does that equate to? I have, I have miscalculated this. Never mind, that is... I'm just remembering wrong. If you have completed this system, which expands as you give money to it, it will cap out at 40,000 and 200%. That's why I'm confused, because normally I put in 20,000's worth of stuff and get 40,000. So let's see... How much overboard are we? And let's see, 4,000... Then 2,200 over. This will... Oh, this is really, really confusing because 20% is a really awkward number. Hisham says, it's a really good habit. I'm currently around second patch of post Shadowbringers, but I don't mind spoilers. However, it's 3 AM where I am. So I'm going to chill in bed while watching your stream. Well, thank you. You'll be happy to know that we've already finished Shadowbringers main quest. So the rest of the stream is side quest stuff. I'm not sure what we're going to do. But it shouldn't be any spoilers for anything you haven't seen unless it's like a job quest. And me, who else says awkward number? But you're a mathematician. Ah, you got me! You got me! But remember, me who else, the better you get at math, the worse you get at calculating in your mind. An unfortunate curse. Well, I think we'll just have to overshoot it a little bit. And then we have that. How much extra do we have? We need 2 of these. Actually, it might be... This is actually a really dumb move, because that means it's better to just undershoot it a little bit, and then I'll have those for next week, for example. So, see here. I put in 27 times 500, 6 times 500, and then 1 times 100, and then we just get 20% extra money for it. And also Coco's hanging out behind me. And then we get a little bit of story, I believe. On behalf of the Smol Caetsu, I thank you for your support. I'm pleased to inform you that we have made great strides in our efforts to rebuild the Enclave. This happens as this progresses. Eventually they'll finish, and then you just get told thank you for letting us pay a huge markup for stuff you didn't want. It's pretty funny, we're selling them money. For money. We're doing the will you buy my $5 for $10 move? And they're just happy. Owing to your many contributions, the 10,000 stalls have seen further development. As you continue to contribute to the Shazenkai and the reconstruction effort, in what other ways might the Doman Enclave grow and change? Oh, this time we don't have a whole side quest to deal with, I suppose. Or what? No, there's more! But wait! There's more!
I cannot thank you enough, Caetsu. I simply cannot.
Oh.
I'm pleased to announce that, at long last, our plans for the 10,000 stalls are complete. Every tenant is open for business, and the food is the talk of the Enclave. You really must go and see. Mitsuba is expecting you.
So you made 10,000 stalls? Really? Well, I need to see this. Come, Coco, let's see the 10,000 stalls. I'm pretty sure we're going to be very disappointed. Let's see then. 1, 2, 3, 4. I think that's still 4. I'm going to count that as 5. I think actually this is one whole stall for some reason. So in the 10,000 stalls, there's 5 stalls. Is that it? Alright then. Curb your expectations, I suppose. I've been waiting for you to arrive. It's past time you saw the 10,000 stalls in all their finished glory. Look around, take it all in, see what our hard work has built, and smell what we've got cooking. What the Rock is cooking? Is this?
We had plans and diagrams, but this, I hardly recognize it. It's wonderful, Mitsuba. Never in my wildest dreams could I have pictured it better. This is your accomplishment too, Caetsu. On behalf of the Shasenkai, I cannot thank you enough for your generous contributions of bags of money that we paid a markup for, I guess. Stop. I'll not hear another word of praise from you until you've at least sampled some of our humble fare. A cook can't trust a customer's compliments if they haven't touched the food, can she? And quite frankly, if the sights and smells of this place aren't making your mouths water, then I've already failed. Find an open table and prepare yourselves, because you're not leaving here until you've had the very best we have to offer.
Oh, really? She's afraid, but I'm excited.
That was quite possibly the most delicious meal I've ever had. Is this what a kosher feels like, I wonder?
You haven't eaten yet.
Well, had enough? If not, I can bring you another serving. Kami forfend, I could not eat another bite. Not that I am not tempted to try, I assure you, but I fear I might die in the attempt.
You haven't touched your soup.
Ah, now that's what I like to hear. A customer forced to choose between good sense and another bite. You couldn't have paid me a finer compliment. And now that I've stuffed you full of enough food to cloud your judgment, you'll forgive me if I broach a more serious subject. I'm not sure if you've noticed, but all of our cookware, our pots and pans, stoves even, are far past their prime. Most were cheap imports from other provinces. It was easier to replace everything instead of trying to maintain goods that weren't made to last. You're not the first to bring this issue to our attention. Others have had difficulty obtaining tools to go about their work more effectively. At the moment, the Shasenkai is considering 2 proposals. The first is that we concentrate our efforts on rebuilding our industry, give to our people the means to craft that which they require, thereby addressing domestic demands first and foremost. The second is that we concentrate our efforts on producing wares for foreign consumption. We bring foreign wealth to Doma and trade for that which we lack. Both approaches have their advantages and disadvantages, to be fair, but pursuing both simultaneously isn't really feasible.
Someone named Tsuranuki says off-screen, who I don't remember, "Why do you fret over such nonsense, girl? This is no dilemma. Doma shall stand proud and tall and alone. We will make what we need."
Oh yeah, him! Well met, warrior of the West. Too long has it been since you convinced an old fool to fashion armor for young ones. In search of a stiff drink did I come to these stalls, only to overhear a tale I could not ignore, and to cross paths with a bitter foe.
Bitter foe?
Bitter foe.
Hardly. Not that I would expect an imbecile with an iron head to know friend from enemy, or his own reflection for that matter.
Caetsu, allow me to introduce you to Master Araragi. Like Master Suraduki, he is artisan without peer, who once managed the paper mills of the Enclave.
I should thank you not to compare me to this dotard of a smith, child. More importantly, I should caution you against this advice. Your second proposal, that of favoring foreign trade, has far greater merit. Despite our best efforts, Doma is still a far cry from what it once was, and we have not the capacity to rebuild it ourselves. We must first look elsewhere to secure that which we lack. All talk and no guts, all the strength of a paper tiger. Or is that your clever plan? Convince these people to help you sell paper for iron? You mad blustering oaf! How dare you?
Well, we could have a district for both craftsmen and artisans. One where we create both tools for everyday use and goods to sell in foreign markets. The yard, let's call it. Then everyone would be happy, yes? At least, in theory, right?
Why not both? Hey! At the completion of the 10,000 stalls, an ambitious plan for a new area spawn. The yard, a home for craftsman and artisan alike. Now I remember. A key problem that sort of arises from this is that, or it's not a problem really, but back in Stormblood, you could only hand in a limited amount of money, like not the full 20,000, maybe 3, 4, 5,000, which meant that it would take a few weeks before you got like the next step, and it would increase the load that you could hand in. But because we can hand in a full 20,000 every time, it causes this to happen where we get like 3 or 4 cutscenes back to back, like this.
On behalf of the Shasenkai, Caetsu, I thank you for your support.
Again?
Work on the yard has begun in earnest. As you may have noticed, it will encompass a rather large section of the Enclave, including the area directly behind me. You see, after deliberation, the Shasenkai concluded that we would need to secure much more space for this plan to succeed, far in excess of what we designated for the 10,000 stalls. This might not have been the case had we not decided to carry out 2 proposals that are arguably at cross purposes, but so be it. At the very least, I'm told Master Tsurunuki is in high spirits. Perhaps you might consider calling on him and seeing the workers' progress?
Another cutscene. Also, Coco says that sashimi is bigger than you. It is. And if Kai ate any of it, she would probably be extremely full. Ah, there's the warrior. Heard you the good word. The Shasenkai has put their plans in motion. I will have my smithy once more. Never dared I dream that this day would come. Doma burned, Lord Kayan died, all because we were fools, and never again would I be a fool. But then you and the boy, Ise, and the girl, Lise, you spoke sense. Better to risk death as a fool than suffer life without dreams. Bah, what is this blubbering which consumes me? Enough, let us speak of the work. That is what matters, aye. The carpenters have claimed that site for their own. My blood may run with iron, but even I know Doma wants for lumber, so with wood we begin. Blessed are we to live at the mouth of the one river. In such a humid clime, there are few teachers better than rot and rust. Ha. And here will be my smithy, a home for forge and anvil, but not yet. Not yet. Much iron lies beneath Doma's soil, waiting to be claimed, waiting to be shaped. All that we need, she provides. Water, wood, ore, the materials are ours to command, to forge into tools for farmers, cooks, for all. Or so it once was. Imperial robbers and sneak thieves stole much of our mineral wealth. For the Empire. Ha! To other provinces they would send Doma's riches, and in return we received their refuse. Rusted pots, broken plows. A travesty it was, and still is. Still we rely on inferior tools forced upon us by conquerors, but no longer. Doma knows what Doma needs, and she will make it with her own 2 hands. Does Doma have 2 hands? To this end I will give everything.
I swear. But I should like to see it before I die, and to that end, we will need your help. Ha 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 ha. The construction of the yard is proceeding apace, and Tsurunuki is confident that he will soon have the means to craft a wide variety of tools to fulfill the needs of the people of Doma. As you continue to contribute to the Shasenkai and the reconstruction effort, in what other ways might the Doman Enclave grow and change? Oh boy, I wonder if there is another cutscene waiting in my future. Coco says she would explode. She probably would. She could probably eat one sashimi. A dancing Lalafell. Isn't she cute? She is very cute. Well, most Lalafells are very adorable, at least in my opinion. So that is not a very high bar, I suppose, but it's still cute. She's still very cute. Do you have more to tell me, Kozakura? No, you're done. Excellent. Right. What should we do next, then? Let me put those here. And Coco's there. And she brought fireworks. We could level Black Mage a little bit. We could also go out looking for ether currents and side quests. Oh. I'm not sure. We don't have a Black Mage quest waiting in the wings, so we could do the leveling roulette. Do you want to join for that, Coco? And also, of course, if anyone else in the stream chat is on an EU data center, you're welcome to join. Although I know that I'm going to be a DPS, and I don't really have the flexibility to be anything else. I'll just wait a moment so that people have a chance to think about it. Like, if you want to join and you have a character that can do leveling roulette on an EU data center, I believe the only requirement is that you need to have at least Sastasha and Tantara Deepcroft unlocked to do so. I think then you're welcome to join. All you have to do is come to Alpha Light. I take it that is a no. It's just you and me, Coco. I don't think I would just pass on Zip to do a leveling roulette. I'm sure that if he's offline playing something else, he'd rather do that. He usually like throws everything that he's busy doing to come and help me, so that we don't have to sit in queue for the main quest stuff for too long, because he's such a nice friend. But this is leveling roulette, this is optional. You want to be a red mage, that is alright. We will take a little bit of a queue in that case. What can we do while we wait? What can we do while we wait? I'm thinking... we still have hunting log to do. We could do that. Let's do that. It's because it's a Realm Reborn content. It's not that I'm like, oh, I could do ether currents, but I could also not. It's more like, technically, the side quests are here first.
Are all these in open world areas? Are any of them in dungeons? The Tonberries. 7 Tonberries in the Wanderer's Palace. Okay, apparently we need to do Wanderer's Palace at one point, but everything else we can do. Let's do the Black Mage stuff first. Central Shroud. Which is a little silly, like the amount of experience is very small. And Coco says I could fly you to Ether Currents. It's fine. We will do this for now. Oh, wait a minute. Why am I... Oh, right. Because there's no reason to use a single person mount when we're 2. Let's see... Grab that. And then we find Sorrel Haven. This isn't the most effective, but it is something like on a list that we could clear, and it technically gives experience, and 30,000 for something that we can do while waiting in queue isn't something to sneeze at. It's actually okay. And that's like in addition to the 12,000s and stuff like that we also get. Where are those revenants? Are they... Where would they be? Are they north of here? Did I miss them? They should be here somewhere. This is off track. No mobs spawn there. Wait. We also need Spriggans. What? Oh, we need 2 Spriggans. There we are. And now back to figuring out where on earth we find revenants. I'm pretty sure they have to be up here somewhere, because if we go down from this area, we're going to find low-level mobs again. So it has to be here, and I'm just completely lost. Are they over here? Death Gaze. They better have a glare mechanic. Or gaze mechanic. Where do you find a revenant? Where do be the revenants? Does anyone know where the revenants are? Am I looking in the wrong place? Are they here? There they are. That was that. 2 of those. Next thing on the list is an Eastern Lanacea. The Raincatcher Gulch. Where on earth is that? Over there. It's not even on Earth. It's on Eorzea. Or Hydaelyn. Or the Source. At least according to what Smol Caetsu knows. Oh, no! I forgot to bring Coco! I'm sorry! I thought you stayed on me. How many of these do we need? Oh, and it's pulling the quirl with it. Oh, be careful, Coco. You're level 22. need another dung mage swarm. Oh. And then there's the Gigantode. Where would they be? Where would they be? Not here. Hey, Linkstar. Have you... I suppose you were away for a bit? Have you had a great time? Also, I appreciate the greeting when you're back. Thank you so much. We need 5 Gigantodes. And we found 1. Where would they store some more Gigantodes? You went out for dinner. Oh, I hope it was nice. Be careful, Coco. It would be awkward if you just dropped dead because you're running around at a 10 level disadvantage. That was that. Then we're just missing the plasmoids in outer Lanosea. And then we unlock the last bit, which is more experience. We might actually level up before we get our Q. Iron Lake. I believe it's there. If I remember correctly, it's precisely here. A really random mob. But it's because sometimes you have... I can't remember why, but I feel like we've had to go here a couple of times. And then there's randomly like a fate where there's like a big plasmoid. Oh. Thank you. I suppose you read my mind. I was like, I can do this before we get in. We can just barely do this. Oh, right. I still have cutscenes on for places we have been. I will just skip this. I believe it's the Airy? Yes, the Airy. But the healer is a first timer, possibly. Possibly. They have level 60 equipment. I'm pretty sure that's the level 60 white mage outfit, isn't it? But we have a mentor warrior, so hopefully this will be fine. This is the... I think those two are together because the healer gets the mentor bonus because they're queued together. So that's good at least. I can't reach you with my ethereal manipulation. Thank you. I meant to cast something else, but that'll do. That was a little bit overkill to use ley lines on, I suppose. But if you don't use it, you're just going to sit on it for the entire dungeon. I can scathe them. I should have used Sharpcast for that, but I suppose I don't need to because we've got a free Thundercloud. I'm skipping to the flare because all the enemies are already dead. Here's a fun thing I stumbled upon recently. Did you know that ethereal manipulation had a 3-minute cooldown in A Realm Reborn? 3 minutes! I'm just going to do the cold open. We don't have ley lines anyway. Isn't that the donut AoE? I did believe so. Right, so the one mechanic that can really make a difference here is that it has a line AoE targeted on multiple players, so if you stack close, that's going to really, really hurt. And then it has the donut AoE, and then there's this mechanic where it puts a marker on one person, and an ad will basically chase you around until you deal with it, I believe. Something like that. It also does a lot of damage. You can put that marker on the towers on the edge, which makes no sense. Like, it's not logical, because they're not targets. Like, why would you be able to do that? It's not very well explained. Excuse me. There we go. Wait, another level? What? No, oh right, I suppose I didn't level up just before this dungeon started. We just finished the hunting log and it had a similar appearance to when you get a level up like that, the blur flash on screen. And because I was in a hurry, I didn't realize. Like, did we just level up twice? But no, we didn't. Oh, the tank is a little bit far ahead. Just a little bit far ahead. And then we flare. Then we mana font, swift cast, and flare again. Boom! Waboom! Take that! Oh. Actually, I'm going to pass on these. I'm not going to play to using them. Link Star says, why are you playing Black Mage? Well, because we finished the MSQ stuff of Shadowbringers. This is what we call a session of Smol Caetsu side quest, and a long time ago at this point, I asked in a poll, as I said a while ago, what job people wanted to see me play as a secondary job to play. And in that particular poll, the job that won was Black Mage. And that's pretty much the reason. That's why we're playing Black Mage. Because that's the one secondary job that we actually have leveled. In retrospect, we should have needed on that. That is an upgrade. That's fine, I'll remember it now. I was just absent-mindedly clicking greed and everything. But that is why I'm playing Black Mage right now. I thought I was safe, and then I wasn't. This is difficult to meter out. Sure cast. I can't remember which jobs I had on the poll originally, but I believe we had a tank, a healer, and like 3 DPS jobs. And I can't remember which ones were in particular, but Conjurer was the healer because that was the only one that we had access to at that very moment, because otherwise we would have to level Arcanist, right? It's funny, there's multiple things about why we're playing specific jobs on Smol Caetsu that were decided by polls made like back in 2022 actually. Why we're playing Dragoon for the main quest is also because of a poll that was made. Like my only stipulation was that I wanted to play a job that started in Gridania, because it was the only story I had never seen the starting story of. And then off Bard, Dragoon, and Conjurer, the one that turned out to win was Dragoon. But that is the reason. Also just because I could play any job. Like, I could play any job as my main for the story. If it was down to, like, if I'd just chosen it myself, I would probably have chosen White Mage, just because it would make it much easier to do, you know, queues, because I would be a healer at the very least. And when I was going to make my side job like Black Mage, I would probably just have chosen like Warrior for the same reason that, well, it's easier that way. So putting that decision in someone else's hands, or a bunch of people's hands, you could say, it means that I don't get to make that logical choice and optimize the quote-unquote the fun out of it, because someone else said Black Mage, please. Oh, well, that is really convenient. A new staff, you say? We're spending a lot of time where I'm just not using ley lines because I don't feel like there is a convenient time to do it. And most of the fights take so little time that it doesn't really matter. It just occurred to me that I'm only hitting one mob with those fire spells. Oh well. How about some more ads? That felt so fast. deafening bellow. Oh boy. But melee lines. It's funny that they reworked this boss in this way, because that means that he's actually using mechanics from the trial version that comes later. Like the hot tail and hot wings is something that he uses in the trial, and this is also something he uses in the trial. So that this serves as like an introduction to the trial itself. But it's a little bit of a shame that they got rid of the original version also. Although I think this is a more interesting intermission, you could say. And then flare. And just in time, we get back into Umbral Ice. Thank you. Adel, take that. Just one? Matthew, I think I found the actual I think it was Matthew that said earlier, Arkmorn with 50% less Morn. This is Arkmorn with 75% less Arkmorn. Right. What is it it's explaining here? Is it the Umbral Hearts bit? Is it explaining? That's really funny. Oh, it is the Umbral Hearts bit that it's explaining. It's not because we can use a Blizzard 4, because that's actually from our job quest, but given that I suppose Enhanced Freeze is just a trait, that one works. Coco, look at this. This is the exact plasmoid fate I was talking about when we were about to go in. Let's see. Yep, that is correct. That is why it's telling me about Umbral Hearts. It's because we have Freeze. Got more than 4 million experience and didn't level up. Well, we will continue our Black Mage quest then. Oh, but first, we got gear upgrades. And both of them have spell speed on them. That's way more fun. And that also has spell speed on it. Woohoo! Save that, and we got the Nidhogg card apparently. And now we return to Ul'dah. Wait, Coco is with us, so I'll teleport. the old way, the old school way. And then the Miners Guild. We want that Blizzard 4. That is such a fun spell. But imagine, back in A Realm Reborn, ethereal manipulation. Such a simple spell had a 3-minute cooldown.
Caetsu, I just received word from Zaya and Elha. He wants to speak with us. Apparently, he has secured lodging at the Hourglass and is awaiting us at the Quicksand. We should head there now. I wonder what he could want.
Thank you for coming so quickly. Caetsu, I have something to ask of you. Some time ago, the Conjurers Guild contacted the various cities of the realm, entreating assistance in the search for and capture of Valdiv. It seems that this finally paid off. They just received a missive from the Temple Knights of Ishgard. The Defiant have been sighted at the Holy See. The cult has been trying to garner popular support there. They've been offering what they claim is the power to defeat the Dravanians to anyone who will listen. Now that Ishgard has opened its borders, it is no longer difficult to travel to the Holy See. However, I still know next to nothing about their lands. Please, Caetsu, would you lend me your assistance in tracking down this evil cult and bringing them to justice?
Sire, you have made no effort to conceal your disapproval of we black mages and our ways. Are we to understand that you have now come to accept us?
That I have. The Temple Knights who provided us with this intelligence are stationed at the Ark of the Worthy, within the city of Ishgard. They will be waiting for us there. And no apology or anything.
Much though I would like to believe that he has had a change of heart, men are not wont to change so simply. One does not live one's whole life hating black magic only to change one's mind over the exoneration of a single mage. I know not what this man is plotting, but I suggest you keep a close eye on him.
Alright. I hope you will feel better soon, Coco. It is not fun to play Final Fantasy XIV and do dungeons if you're feeling sick. A well-built Temple Knight.
You must be the investigators from Gridania. It's about time. Someone needs to do something about that blasphemous cult. They were ranting on and on to anyone who would listen, offering the power to defeat the Dravanians. We Ishgardians have our way of fighting. We told them as much quite plainly, but it made no difference. They continued their proselytizing. Obviously, such blasphemy could not be allowed to stand. We Temple Knights made our move, but they managed to get away. It hardly mattered to us at the time. They were no longer spreading their lies here, but they recently reappeared, this time at the Convictory in the Western Highlands. Most convictors would do anything to earn honor and glory through the slaying of a powerful dragon. They are young and full of spirit. And naive. I fear that some among them may be deceived, seduced by promises of easy power.
Gullible fools. Well, our destination is clear. To the Convictory. That is going to be a long run. It's going to be a long run. I think it's very interesting with with Black Mage is that because of how much of a difference it makes to the rotation when you get Fire 4 specifically, it feels like Black Mage before Fire 4 and after Fire 4 are like two completely different rotations, like two completely different jobs almost. The key difference being that Fire 4 makes the potency of your fire spells so large that in some capacity you don't even need to care about casting Thunder 3 with Thundercloud unless the debuff is running out. Like, you care more about applying the dot in the first place than actually spending the proc. And because you're no longer using Fire 1 that much, you're getting much fewer Firestarter procs. And that means that from level 1 to 59, you're playing this system where you're casting as many Fire 1s as you can, and using Thunder whenever Thundercloud comes up. And Firestarter is used immediately. Then you get to level 60, and then both Thundercloud and Firestarter become procs that you're like using at specific times. You're not like just throwing them out there, which both means you have less and more mobility at the same time. More because you choose to use your movement options when you need them instead of just throwing them, but also less because since you're using them sparingly and you're getting less procs from Fire 1 being used less, the rotation will simply have fewer opportunities to move. Very interesting change. There's no obvious sign of the Defiant here. We should split up and question the soldiers. I feel like we've done this previously.
I think I know who you're talking about. I told them I wasn't interested. Ancient spells are no match for a good spear at your side.
Oh yeah? If you say so. How about you, Bowman?
Those crazy mages. I've spent years studying the art of dragon slaying. I don't need some magical help from weird outsiders. I made sure to tell them as much.
How about you, other spearmen?
You're going on about the Defiant too? Well, they spent a while shouting about how they'd share ultimate power with any who'd join them. Then they left. Apparently, they've set up camp over near the Swift Run River. What's the story with that lot anyway? Some Mikote chap was asking the same thing a few minutes ago. I told him what I told you, and he ran off in a right hurry.
Oh right, there's a cave there. There's a cave there. There's a cave. It's always weird to see caves like denoted on the map like that. When you go to this rise on the map, it's down, trust me, it's downward. Oh, Zaya, did you run on ahead and you needed my help? No way. Can't you just cast Cure? I suppose not. He was hurt in a cutscene, so it's permanent damage, as you know. My staff is bigger. We just AoE them down. That's way easier when we also have this. I don't know if we have the trait for this yet. Oh, we do! Excellent! Now we single target the rest of the way. Thunder 3 for you, and Thunder 3 for you. He used lethargy! Fascinating. Very, very interesting. Ha! Lethargy is a spell that Black Mage... It's an ability, rather, that Black Mages used to have, which just applied for 12 seconds, 20% slow, and 20%, like 20% heavy and 20% slow. That was removed in Stormblood, I believe. So it makes perfect sense that a Black Mage enemy from Heaven's Ward would still have it. Just thunder everything. It's weirdly powerful to do that when the enemies are spread out like this. Just infinite thundercloud procs. You get one. It's crazy how much damage it does. Just get a thundercloud proc and the enemy is dead. That's the lethargy again. Why you just... Oh, he also used mana wall. Interesting. Why would you use mana wall? Oh, right. Wait, no, why would you use mana wall? Why would they have mana wall? So just as a little recap, Mana Wall, in A Realm Reborn, it just blocks 2 physical attacks. In Heaven's Ward, it blocks 20% of your health in physical damage. It's like a physical-only Mana Ward. Why would a Black Mage, in a Black Mage quest, have Mana Wall? Why, am I going to smack them with my staff? I know what you must be thinking. I entreated your help only to run off on my own. But you know what happens when you get involved. You saw it happen just now. They've no choice but to fight back with all their strength. And when they do so, they lose control of their power and they burn. Nobody deserves to die like that, so I went to confront them alone. I'm a fool. My healing magic is no match for the destructive power they wield. It was foolish to go alone. You're right. What did I expect to achieve? Challenging them without any help at all? Had we fought together, things would have turned out differently. You taking down the mages in a flash of black magic, me nullifying their every attack with my healing spells. I truly was a fool to assume all black magic was evil. I should have seen that such power can be harnessed safely, just as it is by you. I apologize. We've lost our only lead, and this time it is clearly my fault. Please pass on my apologies to Lalai. My actions were unbefitting of a representative of the Seedseer Council. I shall take my leave. I need to reflect on my actions. Finally! He has not been sorry for most of this storyline. If I remember correctly, at least. And then we hand in that quest, and then I think are we high enough level to even queue for that? I suppose we are. There's a bunch of trials we could get. Could queue for trials and do that, and then do more hunting logs while we wait. You're back from Ishgard already. But where's Sire Nilha? He done goofed, mate. I see. If nothing else, you've stopped more poor souls from joining that accursed cult. I can only hope that Sire Nilha can see it that way. The fact that the Defiant would travel so far as Ishgard in an attempt to recruit new members speaks volumes to how desperate they grow.
Caetsu, I almost forgot. I was able to decipher the final remaining spell from the Book of Nald. Though you might not welcome an ice magic after the frigid wind of Curthus, I'm certain you'll find this a frighteningly powerful addition to your repertoire. I doubt the Defiant can hold out much longer. They'll be forced to use everything they have in the next fight. They cannot risk being drawn into a protracted war of attrition. Should we defeat them, we can finally recover the Book of Sol and uncover the magics within.
Blizzard 4! That is actually kind of funny, because Blizzard 4 is so strong that I think... Let me just check something. Yeah, Blizzard 4 is so strong that Fire 1 is only, like, with Astral Fire 3, it is only just by a smidgen stronger than Blizzard 4. And then, of course, your Firestarter procs make it worth it anyway. But it's so close that if Astral Fire had been like 75% damage, then it was just the Firestarter procs that made it worth it. And then it's to the point where it's starting to be so close that maybe it's not worth the kinda weak Fire 3 when you switch to Fire. So you have like a level range of 2 levels where it's not that big of a damage boost to switch to Fire. At least on single target. Funny that. We queue for Trial Roulette and then we do a little bit more hunting dog. Curthus Central Highlands. The aim is just to clear it so that it's done. Like, we also completed the Lancer one at some point, just to get it done. Whitebrim, is that the only central Curthus Central Highlands we have? Oh, there's also Boulder Downs. Whitebrim is over here. Where's Boulder Downs? That's down there, so we go here and then there. With the way things are going, I imagine that we will... Actually, I think the dragons we're looking for are up here. What's going to happen is that we're finally going to reach stuff in Heavensward to do for side quests when we're already level 60. So we're going to be running around looking for either current side quests as level 60 in Heavensward. Hold this! Bonk. You also have one. Oh. Maybe I can reach this one over here. Boom. Ah. Which trial do we get? Oh. Garuda. With multiple first-timers, I see. That's a good thing. And at least one of the mentors brought a sprout with them. Oh yeah, the cutscene for this is kinda long. Actually, I think it has like text that you have to click through even. I might remember that wrong. Oh, the Dragoon just clicked the lance charge by accident, I think. Ow. And then we switch over again to fire with a full MP bar and continue. I really hoped that would have been enough. Lingstar says I'm officially no longer a sprout. Congratulations, I think. Some people aren't super happy to lose their sprout. So, is that a good or a bad thing? Do you want? Would you prefer congratulations or condolences? I have heard some players be like, "Oh no, now that I'm no longer a sprout, people will hold me to a way higher standard." Because the thing is that a lot of sprouts learn at some point that a lot of long-time players, especially mentors, will be very open about this, that they're willing to see, like, to look past a lot more mistakes if it's a sprout making the mistake. Which means that the players that think they're making a lot of mistakes will be thinking, oh no, now I'll be held to the standard of everyone else, which is really bad because I'm terrible at this game or something like that. Because they don't know how much leeway they've been given. It's very scary to suddenly no longer have the safety net of being a sprout. But there's nothing to worry about. Congratulations on advancing to being not a sprout. It's almost like there should be some, like, just a regular icon next to your name. Like, so that it's just not nothing. But what should that be? Now we just continue to do hunting log. I don't feel like doing alliance raids tonight, and 50-60 gives hardly any experience. You were so confused because your sprout icon was suddenly gone? That is really mean. Their enemy is called giant loggers and giant luggers, and they're not the same. Yeah, it's weird when you're suddenly with no icon, right? Because you've gone all this way in the game, always with some icon next to your name. Either it's the, you know, dungeon queue icon, or it's usually like, or it's the sprout, or it's the AFK chair. And suddenly, there are times where there's nothing. It's really strange. Ow. One more logger. Are you a logger? No, you're a reader. How about you? Yes. Kill 3 giant loggers. There are 3 giant loggers in total in the area. Just exterminate all of them, please. Phew. East E. This is everything in Kurthus, right? Then we go to East Shroud next. The thing is that this can be done more efficiently by like taking notes of where all the mobs are before you go, but it's just easier this way. 3 things in Lark's Call. Old growth tree, and I think those are up here. And the marbles, are they over here? The executors are like around here, if I remember correctly. They might also be a little bit... Actually, I think the marbles are up here now that I think about it. Yep. 6 of them. And I'm not the only black mage here, it seems. And one more. Bonk. A little scathe. And then we need the trees. And we need the 3rd cohort secutor. And there's a tree. Oh, that was easy. Instant victory. I'm pretty sure they're over here, right? It's over here? Is it one of those where pretty much all of the logs are only referring to one of them, so there's never enough? There's precisely 2 of them. I'll help the white mage. Oh dear. Let's just get rid of this Ochu. I don't want to deal with it anymore. It's killing my chocobo. Here we are. Was that it? Was that everything in this area? I think so. Next, Western Lenasia, and one of them is in the... Oh, I believe that is... Is it near here? It's closer to here. I think we can fly. I hope we can fly. This doesn't look promising. It's not so bad. If we can't fly there, you're supposed to take the ferry like that. From there to there. It's just annoying if we have to fly back. We don't need to do the fate also, so I'll just go over to where the mobs naturally spawn. 6 of them. So many. It's incredible. Like, we get one where we have to kill 6 things, and there's like 7 spawns of the thing. Like, that is really strictly metered out. Do we have more in Western Lanosea? Oh, no. 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 Central Shroud it is. Very efficient. Crater Golem. They're down there. Where there's just randomly a level 43 fate. Like, the Black Shroud is one of the weirdest zones in terms of leveling, because there's both this bit where there's like level 10 stuff, and then there's this bit that is level 30 stuff, and then there's this bit that is level 40 stuff. And in addition to that, there are 2 dungeons here. And one of them is like level 15, 16, and one of them is level 30. It's just one big mess. Oh, just one. Wow. Is that the only thing here? Yep. Then we go to Mordona. We might be able to finish this log. There's the Nyx, those are here. And then there's the Giga Sozu, which are there. Anything else? Nope. Can we do the Nyx first? They're closer. I feel like I remember I heard a long time ago that these Nyx were sometimes impossible to fight because bots were farming them. Because they dropped skin, which was valuable for leather reasons. And the reason why they would make it impossible is specifically because these bots will just use like a stack of black mages or something like that, and just have them all shoot Scathe in the same instant, which means that the mob spawns, it's dead. I never had to deal with it. I don't remember having to deal with it, at least. Yeah, ironic. True. Ugh. That was weird. Yeah, that is I believe that is the reason why often when people spot bots, they're almost always black mages. Because Scathe has nearly no cast time at all, like no animation time, because it's, you know, an instant spell. But it also has no travel time, so that means that if the bot clicks the button, then it will deliver the damage 100% of the time, which makes it very easy. And if you have 10 of those, or 8 of those at the very least, just stacked on top of each other, then 8 Scathes is decent damage, especially if you outlevel the enemies enough. We have to find the Gigazote. There's one there, but I'm pretty sure they spawn naturally further down the road, and that's just easier. In my opinion, because then we can overlevel it significantly more. How many? One more. Nope. There it is. Is that everything in this zone? South, south. Yep. South Shroud next. Earth's Gift. I'm pretty sure that's closer to Quarry Mill. We need those. What else? Is there anything else in this area? There's Kid. Two things in the exact same. I can't see anything. Just drive into the mountain. They're very squishy. That makes it a lot easier. Although it's still just 2 spells. And then the Kid. Are they up here? Yep. And we need 6 of those. It's particularly interesting in this level 58 to 59 level range with Black Mage, because not only you still use Fire 1 primarily, but you now also get Umbral Hearts, so you get like 2 extra Fire 1s per fire state. And that means you can sometimes stay in the fire state easily for like 30 seconds if you get just a few procs. Southern Thanalan. 2 of them is Lanosea and 2 of them are Thanalan. Let's go to Thanalan first. San Arak. I think... Is that down here? Oh, it's there. It doesn't really matter, so we go from the south. We go the south way. I don't think we're going to get a level from this. It's just nice to have that cleared. Like, it's something that if you don't do it while you're low level, then it stops being relevant, and then you either never do it, or you do it for no reason. And we're still in a level range where the experience is not completely pointless. It's not great. Like, it's not great, but it's not bad. Hey, Nikolai. Yeah. We have webcam now. We still don't have the best lighting, so it's a little meh. But I'll have to figure that out eventually. I hope it isn't too bad. Where do the iron tortoises? Yep. I can't tell the difference. That's a bronze. Those are bronze. What's the difference? What's quite fixable? The lighting. The problem is more finding where to place the lighting. But you're right, it is very fixable, it is not a permanent issue. One more. Are you iron? Nope. Nope. I need to find an iron one, like near the bronze one, so I can tell so I can see what the difference is, if there even is one. It's the level. It's just the iron one is 3 levels higher. That's the only difference. That is so mean. And then to Western Thanalan. Actually, wait. Cape Westwind is near Vesper Bay. We use our final ticket. The final one. To go to Cape Westwind. And we have even less stuff in our bags. Excellent. And I also run around with all this food specifically for the food buff when I'm playing Black Mage. Guess what I don't use when I'm playing Black Mage? The food. Like whenever I'm playing Dragoon, I forget to bring out the Chocobo, and when I'm playing Black Mage, I'm not eating the food. I'm just doing everything to make it harder for myself. And it's not intentional. Was that the only ones? Oh, there's another one there. No, continue your conversation. Don't worry about it. I'm sure your friend will listen while he's dead on the floor. Respawns, maybe? That's always awkward when there is a quest of some sort to kill a specific variant of enemies in the area. Then the respawns aren't exactly the same one, so eventually there's like a huge excess of all the mobs that have no relevant quests attached to them. And then you're just flying around looking for the mobs that you need. And they're not going to spawn because the zone is full of things you don't need. Jedi, you have noticed nothing. Continue as usual. Ignore me. You weren't actually talking with another soldier. You were just talking to yourself, remember? I have a feeling we'll have to kill some of these. Just to make space. For the correct reason. Oh no, there's one! Just as I gave up hope. One more. Bonk. And then to Lanacea. Eastern Lanacea. I think Ageless is up here. Nikolai says, if the area is full of mobs not relevant to the quest, queue up Live to Win and get on it. Just kill everything. That would be a lot more helpful if the random XP from the mobs were relevant. But it's such a small amount that it hardly helps. We're just here to clear the hunting log. But otherwise I would have agreed if this had been like classic WoW or something. What's the problem? Just farm mobs in the area until you get the ones you need. You're gonna need all of that experience. You're going to need all that experience anyway, right? Hello. Congratulations, you put up your buff, now you're dead. Yeah. You do have a way of finding specifically a way to level in Classic WoW without doing any quests, don't you, Nikolai? What are these quests you speak of? What are those? Oh, those exclamation marks. I thought it was just someone surprised by something. And then to Outer Lanacea. And then we do that, and then I think it's about time that there's some pictures out that I'm going to need, but other than that, it's about to finish up the stream. Both because I've ran out of tea, I ran out of water, and we've been at this for almost 6 hours, which is where we normally call it. They're in the mines. I believe they're in the mines, inside the mines. There they are. Wait, we also need those? I suppose that's for a a Grand Company one. Can we kill those over here as well? Good. We need 6 Dublins. And oop. 3 of the quarrymen. Nikolai says, I don't recognize the room. Moved around, or is it the back room? It's, well, it's the room that I have my computer in. And it's, mirrored. And the door's closed. So it probably looks different. Because of that. Why are they so excited to see me? I'm 10 levels over you. Why would you do this? This is a losing battle. You're not going to win this. Two more. I was really hoping I could just run over and find another one, but I suppose I have to fly around to find the last one. Yeah. Here, maybe? Nope. And there's 2, when we only need 1 more. That was really close. We almost leveled up. Almost. Oh well. I think we just need a picture for the weekly schedule. So let's go to Britannia this time, sure. So if there's anything you guys would like to talk about before we end the stream, this is a great time to do so. No, I don't play music for me. I don't know if that's copyrighted. Leave me alone. Let's see. Oh, we actually had another weapon to upgrade to. YouTube overlords hovering their hand over that strike button. Usually it isn't that sudden and that bad as far as I know, but I get your point. The thing is that it requires, as far as I know, like a clear opportunity to hear the music. It also has to play for several seconds for it to, like, matter. And because of that, like, me just running around distorts the music a little bit. And then me talking over it as well. You probably have seen this before. Like, people, like, just making noise when there's something... in whatever they are looking at. Well, that's a good one. That's a new mode we got. Let's use that. There we go. Which means that we have gotten to the end of the stream. Next week, we're actually going to be going into Endwalker. The final journey, for a while at least, of Smol Caetsu, which is going to still take a while. Probably a few months. The End Runner. The End Runner. Is that what it's called when you speedrun it? I don't think there's a category for that. How would that work? Anyway, with that said, as I always mention, if you like the content that you see on this YouTube channel and find it a little bit difficult to follow what's happening on the channel, the easiest way to keep track of everything is, of course, to be subscribed to the channel. But also, if you are on the YouTube Discord community server, where there is a room dedicated to the weekly schedule, there's a room dedicated to whenever I post a new video, plan a new stream, post a short, whatever it is, there's going to be a little post about that, so you can see what's happening. And then there's also rooms to discuss all sorts of things, like... what did we talk about today? Did we talk about something funny today? Oh yeah, when someone reaches level 90 with all jobs, like Matthew did today. Or there's also a room to discuss like job mechanics, the classroom. And there's also rooms to share pictures of your character or talk about spoilers like story stuff. Generally, we use a lot of spoiler tags there too, which means that even if you haven't gotten very far in the story, it's somehow still safe as long as you don't click on any of the other spoilers unless you're sure. It's very nice. Very, very friendly community. I've actually recently had someone join the Discord server by being recommended the Discord server by a friend because it's a very nice community to be in, so possibly unrelated to the YouTube channel, which is nice, I guess. So that just goes to show. Beyond that, next week we of course have a Tuesday stream, and we have some ninja guides coming out throughout the week. And then, which might not surprise you given the random factoids I've been spouting about Black Mage tonight, Friday we are releasing a video on the history of the Black Mage job, which is the reason why I randomly know that these mobs in this random quest had a spell from Heaven's Ward that we no longer have. Isn't that something? And if there's any one of you that really liked when we, a few weeks ago, if it's a month ago, a while back, when we did a Eureka Author stream, we're continuing that next week. And none of us have continued separately, so it's still just as blind. So if you like that, that is something you continue. And if you're not sure what it is, there is actually a highlight from that stream on the channel. It's rather recent. Let me actually find it so I'm not just rambling about something you can't find. But yes, that is something we're going to be continuing a little bit next week. Other than that, I don't have anything else. Frankie says, thanks for keeping me company while I did the dishes. Anytime. I hope it was relaxing or fun or exciting or what have you. And I hope you got all the dishes. I don't have anything else left to add. So thank you all so much for watching. And good night or good morning or afternoon, depending on where you are in the world. And then there's only one thing left, and that is to put Smol Caetsu to bed. Good night. Good night. See you all very soon.